This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. On my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 on Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they plays. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mud. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to Uncle Yahshuah 25 to Life Testimony TV. Welcome, everybody. All right, let me make sure I'm all set up, all correctly. All right, yes, the banner's running. Uncle Yahshuah 25 to Life Tales. I tried to add the other link, but it was too late. I tried to add my other Facebook link. But it's all right. I'll maybe rebroadcast that over there so that what I'm about to bring out at the beginning of this 25 to Life can ring across all my Facebook, can ring across all the places where I'm streaming at. All right, so now I want to welcome everybody to Uncle Yahshuah 25 to Life Testimony TV. This is the channel and the page of Uncle Yahshuah. This is the page where I explain and show and share the journey, my travel and journey into becoming a man of the Most High. My journey from the belly of the beast. My journey from me being a man of transgression and sin, living the sin from the curses that was placed over the so-called black people who were scattered across the 4 corners of the planet Earth by slave ships. If you don't believe that there was no type of slave ship captivity, transatlantic slave trade, then you're probably in the wrong place. You need to go to Dane Calloway and this stupid stuff and say wasn't no slavery. That's another way of them removing your history. You hear me? You so-called black people, that's another way of them removing your history by telling you no slavery existed. Because if they make you believe that no type of slavery existed and we didn't get scattered across the 4 corners of the planet Earth by slave ships, that transatlantic slave trade, then that's their way of removing you from your identity in that Bible, that history book, your history book that talks about you, that the Most High said he will send this people by slave ships into bondage, which was Egypt again. You heard? Again. And they'll be scattered across the 4 corners of the planet Earth, but a remnant of those people will awaken in the end times. Y'all hear me? A remnant will awaken in the end times, and they will be called to awaken the other people to wake back to your identity. He said they will nate their nation, their tongue, their culture, their language, their identity, everything will be stripped from them. And there's only one people on the planet Earth that don't belong nowhere. If you ask a doggone Greek where he from, Greece. You ask an African where he from, Nigeria, from the Congo. You ask a Dominican where, Dominica, anybody. You ask a person from Assyria, I'm Assyrian. You ask a person from Romania, I'm Romanian. You ask a person from Persia, I'm Persian. You ask a person from anywhere, from Australia, I'm Australian. You hear me? Everybody on the earth got an identity and a place who and where they're from, but what? The so-called black person. Ask a so-called black person from America where he from. He gonna be like, what are you? Where you from? Blackville? Where you from? New York? Where you from? Connecticut? No, your people, your identity, your culture, your heritage, your land. I don't know. Africa? Where? Because Nigerians know they from Nigeria. You heard? You heard? Soweto people know they from Soweto. Ghanaians know they from Ghanaian. My brother Africa who rap with Palace Mob from Senegal. He know where he from. He's Senegalese. And he speak the Wolof. He from the Wolof tribe. You heard? And they speak a language. Oh, what do we speak? English. Where we from? England? Oh, no. Yeah, we were written about in that history book that they want to call that a white man book. You heard? Shout out to KD Kid in the building. They want to call that a book. That's because they don't want us to read. You know what they tell the so-called black people? You want to hide something from and put it in the book? Y'all know what they do. You heard? Laura, y'all say, you ask them where they from, they say down south. I'm from Tennessee. Where we from? You heard? Oh, but we know who we are. We starting to awaken those. That's what the scripture said. It lets you know where you were from. Guess what? So-called black people, you don't even know you were in Spain and Portugal for a time. Oh, a strong history in Spain and Portugal. You heard? That's what the Spanish Inquisition was about. Oh, in your history books in class, oh, they didn't teach us this, David Hutchinson. They didn't teach us that in history class that the Spanish Inquisition was about the so-called black people who Nebuchadnezzar, who the Babylonian king from our Babylonian captivity, released the enslaved Babylonians, us who got enslaved and who went into captivity for us transgressing the Most High. Our ancestors, we did the same thing. Okay, that's why we went into this last captivity, right? And he shipped them to Spain, and then the Spanish queen, they was trying to convert them to Roman Catholicism, to this new Constantine language called Christianity. Oh, these were the Hebrews in the scripture. You better know who and whose you are. So that's what this channel is about. Sorry that it got off like this, but this is what it is. I ain't playing no games here. All right, this is Uncle Yahshuah Testimony TV, and the reason why I got this channel is that I'm going to show my testimonies, trials, and tribulations, and my travels from the curses of our ancestors, the so-called black people who transgressed the Most High and got sent on slave ships. But the Most High did said there will be some children descended from that bloodline who will awaken from the bloodline of Judah, which that Jesus, his name ain't no doggone Jesus, with Yahshuah, who was what? From the fourth son of Jacob, from the 12 tribes, him in the Bible, who has feet like burnished brass as if it was burned in a furnace, and hair like pure wool, like lamb's wool. Him, that dude, the black dude, not the white dude. It's no disrespect to my white brothers and sisters. Not the white dude with the long stringy hair tipping through the tulips. Nah, Yahshuah HaMashiach. You heard? HaMashiach means the Messiah in our original tongue. Oh yeah, we got a language. You heard? We got a language, a tongue, an identity, and a culture, and everything. And it's written in that book. You heard? In that book, go to the New Testament. There's a book in that book. It's called the Book of the Hebrews. That Bible is your history book, folios. Written to you, for you, and by you. That's your blueprint to awaken to who you are. It was written about one group of people and their trials, tribulations, and transgressions to their Aliyah, who called them away from all nations of the people. He called them a set-apart people that was special. They was fast. They were strong. They were beautiful. They were masculine. They were feminine. They were gentle, but they were also forgiving. But they were also stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, and rebellious. Oh, when you really know that Bible, you see yourself in there, so-called black people. Shout out to my other nations who understand who we are. Their job, the serpent seed's job is to not let you know who you are and whose you are, to awaken to who you are, because you could take your rightful place, which is a kingdom of priests, to go forth and bring the word of the Most High, bring others to salvation and redemption, bring others to morality. But first, you got to clean yourself up. You got to know who you are and stand in your power and truth and authority and live a moral and righteous life. That's who Unc became. Used to be Rashawn in the streets, used to be Luciano in the streets and all that. Oh no, I'm a man of the Most High now, and I do no crimes. I don't steal, lie, cheat, fornicate. I don't do no crime at all. I'm a law-abiding citizen in Caesar, and I give Caesars what Caesars. And now my duty and purpose is to awaken the other children and have them understand who they are and come out of their transgression and their sin, to come out of lying and cheating and stealing and murder and live a righteous, moral life and try to help another person. Help, do unto others as you want done unto yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's who I am now, and that's what I do. And there's a reason why I'm starting this one with this energy. Because there's darkness that's trying to attack. And I see you. I know who and whose you are. And we about to get started on this one. Yeah, this ain't no joke. Yeah, you see this shirt? Immersed in Yah. You see that? I just did a baptism. This is the shirt I was waiting for, because I did an immersion to immerse the sisters into the water and bring them up to leave their sins into the darkness from which they come. Yeah, I walked this out. This ain't no YouTube. You're wrong. All right, I'm going to explain why I'm barking right now. Because I'm talking to the dark realm. I'm talking to the serpent seed. I'm talking to the powers that be and everything who will try to trip me up from my past and bring some old people from my past, old people that I used to know. That's why that's why nobody got no access to me. Let me explain something to you. My people back from Facebook and everybody, I ain't going to be giving out my number to y'all. Because I don't know what you're doing and I don't know what you at. And your little past and your little things that you're doing now ain't going to trap and get me caught up. All right. So if I do give you my number, it's because now I'm learning. If I do, it's because now I know in my spirit that you're doing the righteous thing. Like Lisa Turner. Shout out to Lisa Turner. I'll be baptized in Lisa Turner when she come now eventually. But everybody else, y'all ain't going to be getting my number no more. Because you need to be proof. I need to know who you are because the dark realm don't like me. You know why I don't like me? Because I'm speaking truth to power and I'm trying to save the Most High's children from their transgression. And the darkness want them to stay in their transgression because the scripture said as long as they are in sin and transgression, then every other nation will be on top of the people and they'll be under and never above. Y'all don't know the word, but I know the word and I live it. Every day, all day. This ain't no game. I ain't playing no game here. If I wanted to play a game, I'll be back in New York getting that money. No, I sacrificed the money and I sacrificed everything and I let everything go. So I ain't impressed by no money. I ain't impressed by no celebrity. I ain't impressed by none of it. I'm a man of truth to power and I work every day. I barely even go outside. All I do is wake up. If I go to the gym, I come back and I teach the word of the Most High all day, every day, all the time. You heard? So you ain't gonna have access to me with your darkness. Nah. If you want to have access to me, then you speak life. You hear me? When I speak to you, you speak positive life. Things about your transformation, how to help the next person. Us going maybe into the jails or to the orphanages or to the juvenile detention centers and help reaching the youth. Us going out to help the poor, the meek, the hungry. You know, how you transition from the old life. Don't bring your old life to me because everything is being recorded. Y'all hear this? Everybody's phone is being recorded. Oh, this testimony TV. Now we about to, let me explain something to you. I ain't no dummy boo-boo the fool. I was in the streets and that's why I left the streets. Everything that is going on is being recorded on your phone. Your TV, your phone, the serpent seed, what they call the powers that be is recording everything. Every conversation you guys being stored up, recorded to be used against you in a court of law and authority. And if you are a man of truth or a woman of truth and you're trying to help free the captives and help free the people, then you are a threat to the dark realm and they're recording everything and they'll try to catch you up in some little conversation that you having back with someone from your past. That's why I'm like, y'all ain't gonna bring none of that to me. That's why when I left New York, I never been back. In 2000, when I got freed in 2010, I ain't never been back. It's 2023. And I ain't going back. Why I'm going back there for ain't nothing but hell and damnation and hellfire. And if you have access to reach me, because now I'm on Facebook trying to show from this testimony TV, trying to show the transition of my life, how I changed from that past life. That's where all these stories are. These stories are true to fact of power. So now people who are in the stories are reaching out because they finding me. But don't bring your darkness to me. I'm too smart. So I'm going to go and I'm going to do this today live. I'm going to do this live and it'll be recorded. And guess what I'm going to do, Mashiach's Assembly? Shout out to everybody from my ministry. I'm going to make a little intro clip to this channel and it's going to have a disclaimer. So it's going to play every time. Because yes, Dr. Sabayah, somebody in our ministry said, the darkness, she said the Most High told her that the darkness is going to be trying to attack our ministry because we're growing in fruitfulness and the work that we're doing for the Most High, helping his children across the world. The darkness is going to be ramping it up. And I received. And she said her sister, shout out to Sabayah, prayers out to her little sister. She said her little sister fell and she fell and broke her ribs and one of her ribs punctured her kidney and then she lost the kidney. And now she had a 50-50 chance to live. She said, I knew the Most High said that we'll have advanced attacks against us, but I didn't know it would be this fast. So I say a strong prayer of healing and recovery over Sabayah's family and her sister. over the whole Mashiach's assembly and over everybody who have ears to hear and eyes to see, everybody who received Uncle Yahshuah, everybody in the 25 The Life family space, in my ministry space, everybody. I pray a prayer of protection and covering over you and your family, an anointed prayer, and be on the lookout, be on the watch for dark adversaries trying to come against you, because you're getting some truth. You're getting some real stuff at 25 The Life that you can see that this man, if this man could change his life, if this man could put down the money and put down the power and put down the celebrity and put down all of this and just walk a upright, righteous life and die to the self, then I can do it too. And they don't like that. So the darkness will attack you. So I pray a prayer of a protection over all of y'all worldwide. And then the other little sister wrote me and like, Unc, this person from my past reached out. She changed the phone number, but he got the email. And she sent me the text. And he's trying to say, you know, I love you and I'm sorry for the things I did. And she like, Unc, the dark realm must think I'm a fool, think I'm about to fall for this. So I tell the young sister, it's probably time to change your emails too. Change your email so that your dark past don't have no access to you at all. That's why when I left prison when I left jail in 2010 and I got freed and got a second chance at my life, I cut off everybody. Only 2 people had access to me. That was Ty Fields, and then later on, Unique, and then later on, 3, Saquon. And you know why? Because I knew that they wasn't doing anything. And when they would talk to me on the phone, it would never be nothing negative. It would never be nothing dark. It would never be nothing about some dark character in the world doing nothing. It was just always how you doing and everything. It was always, you see, and I had to cut off my little cousin, Little E, back in 2010, because when he had access too. So when he got the access, he started talking about Crips. He back then, 2010, he was still cripping. He told me, I'm about to do this. And he showed me, he sent me a picture of a big gun on a big shotgun or something and he started talking I'm cripping, and I'm like, yo, bro, don't be saying this stuff with me on the phone. Don't say this stuff to me on the phone. I got a history. I'm cleaning my life up. I can't have no affiliations to nobody that was blood, that was cripping, that's currently still doing it. Now, if you were a past blood, or you were a past Crip, or you were a past Nieta, or past MS-13, or past Latin King, or past whatever gang that you out there in the street, and you left that life alone, and you repent for that sin, and you trying to help the youth to come out of that, then now we can kick it, because now we're what? Equally yoked. Y'all hear me? This is 25 The Life gold right here. Forget all that. Go to another channel that's just going to tell you jail stories and all that. This is real life applications. Y'all listen, my 25 The Life crew. We're going to get to the story. We're going to get to the good stuff tonight. But y'all listen to this, because this is real life application happening right now. Oh, I see the darkness at work trying to attach some past life to me. The devil's a lie. I rebuke it in the name of Yahshuah, what they call Jesus. I rebuke it. I'm a righteous man in truth, in spirit and truth, and I do no crime to nobody, and I ain't affiliated with nothing, was never a blood, and won't ever be a blood, and I don't affiliate to nobody that is blood, that's still living that life. At all. I don't affiliate to nobody who was blood. If you done with that past life and you trying to help the children to come out of it, then I applaud you. Then maybe I can, I'll promote your channel, I'll promote your project if it's trying to tell the people to come out of the thing. But I ain't living, I ain't agreeing with nobody that's still in that life. I don't care who they were. I don't give a crap about no Suge Knight. I don't give a crap about, what's the other dude with 50 Cent, all these people that didn't got life, and they in there still still in there ganging. They like 50 years old, and they still in there gang. They running the gang. I could care less who they are. That stuff don't impress me at all. One point blank, it didn't impress me in the street, and it sure enough don't impress me now, because it's weak and it's cowardice. Now, I'm sorry if they can't get out the life because they in that stuff, well, then you shouldn't have did it. But I ain't about to have nothing to do with it, and I ain't impressed by it. I have no affiliations to nobody. My affiliations is me and the Most High. Do y'all hear me? Everybody. Powers that be. Everybody recording. Let me tell you something. All your phones are being recorded, guys. Listen, guys. Everybody is being recorded. All right, let's start the 25 to life. Let's do this. When I was in hold on. It's not recording? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Well, thank you. My roommate said my Ask Uncle Yahshuah thing is up. I don't care. Sorry, guys. I'm don't interrupt no more for nothing trivial like that. Wait. Let me finish what I'm doing. Don't break the Holy Spirit. Do not break the Ruach. Ruach HaKodesh is set apart spirit. Ha is the in Hebrew, and Kadesh means set apart. And Ruach is spirit. Rayak in Hebrew. Oh yeah, we Hebrews, and we speak our language that was stolen from us. So don't break the Ruach when the Ruach is speaking. Now. See, it interrupted it. And that's on purpose. Stop with the trivial stuff. I don't give a crap and say, I don't give a crap. Said, ask Uncle Yahshuah 9,000 things on the thing. I'm in the middle of the spirit teaching something important. Thank you, Father. I got it back. When I was in jail, and then we're going to double back, I'm going to explain to y'all why I'm starting like this. This incarceration right here, this one right here in the 25 to life, but I'm fast forwarding. I was at a time, because I'm doing it because it's going to have relation to why I'm starting like this. I was at a time, shout out to Unique in the building. I was at a time that I'm reading books, right? So I'm reading, and I get this book. It's some brother that was in prison for like 40 years or something, or some young black brother. He wrote a book. You know how people in prison write books. New York State prison system. And his book was about conspiracy. Let me explain something to y'all. It was conspiracy. So the brother was writing an autobiography of how he just got 40 years for something he didn't do. A conspiracy charge. So I'm reading the book, and the book is talking about, the brother told his life story, and he said I think he had went to jail for something. He had came home, and he cleaned his life up. He wasn't doing no, crime. He had got a job. He was there. He got a second chance with his baby. He had a wife and everything. And he said one day he went out to go to the store, New York, like the bodega, the deli, whatever, on the corner. And he pulled his car up. Listen clearly, everybody. It's 25 to life stuff here. He pulled his car up. Let me see who over on Facebook. Shout out to Kirby Little and Lisa. Oh, Lisa in the building. Shout out to Kirby Little, one of my day ones. One love, Kirby. So listen, and shout out to Lisa. So this thing changed my life, and I live this to this day, guys. Y'all listen to me. I live this to this day. And this is 2007 when I read this book. It's 2023, and I still keep it at the forefront of my mind. This is what I learned from this book, this brother's testimony. That's why I got Testimony TV. Now let's shout out Mike Garcia. Shout out Mike. So I'm reading the book, and the brother's telling how he got 40 years. He got out the car. He went to the gas station to get something for his family. He got his wife and his baby at home. He had already did about 5 years in prison. He got, for something he did. So now he gets out the car at the gas station. He goes in. He gets what he needs to get. As he coming out, a car pulls up. People get out the car. They walk out the car, and one of his boys like, yo, is that, let's say his name was KK or something. No, let's say his name was Ricky. He said, the brother got him like, yo, Rick, is that you? And they're like, yo, what up? They're like, yo, when you got home? He like, yeah, I've been home and everything, right? So the brother came up, and the brother did like this. And the brother Rick did like this and gave him a pound. Listen, guys, gave him a dap. We call that a dap. We used to call that a dap in New York. I don't know what they call it now, right? Gave him a handshake, a pound, right? That's what a pound, I'm talking slang stuff. Gave him a handshake. And, they did how we do, handshake, and they did like this. So the brother was like, yeah, what you doing? Nothing, man. I'm just working everything. All right, good to see you and everything, right? And so the brother said, all right, good to see you too, right? Now he said, the brother was like, yo, let me get your number. And he gave him his number. And the brother put it in I think it was phone, the old phone, yes, put it in his phone, and then he left and got in his car. But what the brother who wrote the book didn't realize is that the dude who pulled up at the gas station, one of his old friends, was already being investigated for I guess selling drugs and being a gang member or something like that. So now the brother who came home, who's doing the right thing, now he got filmed, and then they showed him give a handshake to the other brother. And conspiracy though he broke down the conspiracy charge, it's a charge that you can't almost beat. You almost have no way to beat it, because it's not it can exist off circumstantial evidence. It don't have to be proven. Only thing they have to do is prove that you had like a connection or a tie, and if they want it, they could tie all that stuff in you, and now you got to prove to this court, to this, because that be federal charge, to this system that and we ain't got no money. We ain't got no money for a superstar Johnny Crocker lawyer team to prove that, go through your history, and then your history play just from a handshake. The brother got 40 years for a handshake. And I'm reading this book, and he broke down the brothers who he met in there, because now he was in the prison when he wrote the book, talking about how he mentors to people and teaching them about this, and he was trying to fight the system about changing the conspiracy law. Yeah, it's a law. You ain't got to have to do nothing to them. Yes, Mike said that's the gift and the curse, Rod. They're easy and hard to be at the same time. Yeah. So when I read that book, that's when I was in the 25 to life. I didn't know I was ever coming home. This is before, I got a second chance. I didn't know. That book changed my life. That book let me see that you don't even have to know what the person is into or doing. They can tie you into it. Yes, Adriana, guilty by association. They can tie you into it just by associating with them. So because of that, I start to be ever watchful of whoever because I don't know what people are doing. And from our past being in the street, we know a lot of people who went into a lot of dark stuff. So everyone who watched me disappear from 2010, that's why ain't nobody ever got access to me but Unique and Ty Fields and Saquon. Because one thing I knew is that whenever I spoke to Unique and Ty and Saquon, they never brought any darkness to me, meaning they never talked about anything going on in the streets. It was never a thing that they ever brought anything that could, that could make me look like I know what's going on or I'm tied to any foolishness. And there was one time that Unique was still living some of that life, and I didn't talk to him because I knew from others that he was still out there living the life. But later on, when he chilled out, then he got access to me again. But Saquon was just working, and Ty Fields was just working. Shout out to Michael Watts. And so they had the access. And Ty would tell me stuff in the street. Man, this one's still doing this. This one just came home. This one's still going to jail. This one, he just, Ty just going to work every day. He was fighting some health issues back then. And that was the only access. So guys, I had to nobody, guys, I cut off everybody. No access. I changed my phone number, all that. So nobody with that past life can have access to me, so anybody can tie me to anything from it. Now, listen clearly. Now, because the Most High told me to go back to Facebook and start streaming my ministry and my testimony TV channel there, that I can reach some of my brothers and sisters from back home who could see the transformation of my life and see that that maybe they could change their life as well. That opened up because because we grew up with people back home, and because, we grew up with people from elementary and stuff like that, you still have a love. It could cause me to put my guard down a little bit, right? And next so I'm like, yo, what's good? And this and that. And they're like, yo, give me your number. And now I'm sending somebody my phone number, which I never give nobody my phone number. That has to be earned. Because I don't know what life you live in. I don't know what you're doing. They also be people that be whole snitches. Y'all hear me? They be whole informants working for the system. Y'all done seen it enough times. It ain't just TV shows. It's real life when you're from the hood. They be whole informants looking to feed somebody to the beast to make their sentence less or something like that. So I cover myself and protect myself from it all. So I'm stating right here to the system, to the criminal justice system, the police system, the court system, whatever. Me, Uncle Yahshuah, I have no affiliation to nobody. Nothing, none of their crimes or none of their doing. I'm releasing my thing back on Facebook just so I can help others to see that they can change their life. You understand? I'm teaching morality, righteousness, spirit, truth for them to live a rightful life. I'm trying to teach investment classes so them to try to invest in things so they can get their money legal if anybody's doing anything illegal. I'm teaching people to try to get off addictions and alcohol and drugs and break spiritual generational curses over their family bloodline and stuff like that. Shout out to Shaka Z. No. So listen, guys, anybody that is still from New York, if you are still associating with these shady characters, leave me alone. I am not having nothing to do with anybody that's doing any crime or negativity at all. Because the past life that I live, my record, they could tie me to anything. And the dark realm would love to see me go down because I'm helping children. I'm helping the Most High people to live right. And the darkness don't like that. The darkness wants you to be in sin and crime and committed so you can get locked up. Then you can't raise your babies and all this stuff that could be a cycle repeating. The scriptures say, be careful who you entertain. Be careful who you connect yourself with. They got a thing called unequally yoked. Now, I got you, Unique. I'm going to be promoting an investment class very soon on here. I'll be giving everybody the link to understand. Now, I told that part. Anybody, if you email me from my past life, or if you happen to have my number or got it for somebody, only if you have access to talk to me, only talk about righteous things with me. If I hear anybody that ever have access to me by email or messaging me on Facebook, or because everything is being tracked, everything is being recorded, every conversation on your phone, every social media post, every DM, everything is being tracked and recorded and would be used against you. I ain't Boo Boo the Fool. I learned. That's why I left the life alone. I ain't never been back. And I don't plan on going back. If I ever only went back to New York, it'll be to do ministry, to go into the jails and the prisons or the orphanages, to speak to the youth, and I'll have some righteous people around me to make sure I'm covered. I ain't going back. Because ain't nothing there but death and killing and murder and past transgressions. And a lot of people are caught up in the same life. But that's why I'm giving back by sending my ministry and my 25 to life back there. So some of my people from that past life maybe can see it and realize, wow, Rock could change. You know what I mean? He really changed. I remember when Marcel came, he came down and he was about to leave. And him and the young boys like, you want to smoke some weed? I'm like, bro, I don't smoke weed. God, come on, Rob, come on. I know you. I'm like, oh, you think it's a game. You think this YouTube. This ain't YouTube. I live a righteous life for real. For real. Facts. And it don't make me weak or soft. Do I look weak or soft? Nah, it makes me smart and strong, righteous, a pillar, a truth, a man, a real man. A real man helps others. A real man reaches back and try to stop the babies and stuff from doing the sins and mistakes that he made. A real man starts this testimony TV and shows his errors and transgressions and the things that could have got him life in prison and how he changed and how he walked this out. Facts. All right. Now, let me make sure I don't miss a point. And we're going to get started. I text myself some things. Talk about old acquaintances, talk about that conspiracy book you read in jail I did, talking about my intro I'm going to make. All right, I think I hit it all. And talk about old acquaintances. All right, so, all praise to the Most High. Now, I'm a righteous man. I ain't doing shout out to, he said, hello from Sydney, Australia. Aussie Prison Stories. Shout out to my brother from Australia. Shout out Aussie Prison Stories channel on YouTube. Shout out, salute, my brother. So he got prison stories. That means he probably went to prison. Probably got a big channel too. He probably went to prison and probably telling people his trials and tribulations in there and how it changed his life and how not to do it. Right, brother Aussie? I guarantee you, probably if you go to his channel, he probably telling stories on there how, the stuff that he went through, how you don't want to go through it. You don't want to do that. All right. He said, I'm a new subscriber and I love your channel. One love, brother Aussie Prison Stories. Thank you, King. Thank you. It's great to meet you, King. And keep doing what you gotta do, telling your stories. The same thing as me, to tell people do not go through this life. You wanna, like I tell everybody, you wanna go and get you a nice, good girl or a woman or something, or you can be by yourself, but you just wanna live a rightful life. I'm thankful I can breathe fresh air. I'm thankful I ain't got to drive my Benzes no more. I ain't got to have all that flashy stuff no more. I'm good with my little car. I got fresh air. I can go in the refrigerator when I want. I can go breathe air. I can go outside and walk on the grass. I'm free. My brother Aussie said, thanks, mate. Facts. I spent 17 in the years of my life in and out of prison, and 12 years was on heroin, and I've been out and clean for over 10 years now. Salute to you, brother Aussie. Salute. Great job, King. Great job. And that's what this channel is about. That's what this channel is about. All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I got Testimony TV. So the people on the Facebook, my Friday night show is my ministry, but Thursday is 25 to Life Testimony TV. All right, so that part. All right, so now, okay. So nobody take offense. I just need everybody to know that, the new people who start reaching me, I'm not giving out my number to nobody. All right? You can DM me, you can email me, and I'll write back. But if there's anything negative, then I'm not, shout out to Mike, then I'm out of there. Because I'm helping the people from all around the world, and I'm trying to do the best I can, and the dark realm don't like that. And the darkness would do anything to try to have me locked back up in prison for something I ain't do. And I'm not going out like Woolly Lump Lump. Y'all know that's that old New York slang. For my youngsters, we used to say going out like Woolly Lump Lump. Remember that? Yeah, I ain't going out like Boo Boo the Fool. Nah. A wise man is called to be wise, right? Because the darkness is wise as serpent looking who to devour. So you got to use your wisdom. All right. Yes, sir. Brother Aussie said, thanks for the love and for making me feel welcome. Absolutely, King. You always welcome here, my brother. Love is love. All right. So let's get started. All right. I wrote some. Where did I write that down? I wrote some things down over here, too. All right. Okay. So let me get started. Let me get started with the thumbnail. Let's address the thumbnail. I'm always got to do that first. Yeah. So in the thumbnail, it was what the thumbnail say? Something about the doggone demons and devils visited me in jail. All right. So I'm gonna do the thumbnail because I don't want this to look like clickbait. because if I don't address the thumbnail right away, then it'll be mad later. So I know some people, they're interested in, the thumbnails would attract them to come, or the title, and they're like, wait, this dude don't talk about the title till 4 hours in. All right, so let me address the title right off the rip. So because of it, I have to fast forward a little in the story. So I'm in the dorm. Y'all remember from the last story, I made it to the drug dorm, right? I went in there. That's when Terminator. Oh, let me do 2 disclaimers really quick. So the first disclaimer is for Terminator. So remember my big white brother who was like 7 foot tall and like 300 pounds, huge. And when he came in, he beat up this brother that owed the money. I don't want everyone to think that Terminator was a bad guy, because after that show, I had people say like, I don't like the Terminator, and I'm like, no, I love Terminator. That's my brother, my brother. But it looked bad for what he did. Now I'm not excusing what he did by beating up that brother, but later I got to know Terminator's real nature, and he's really a gentle giant. He really don't. He'll protect people more than hurt them. All right, but don't cross him. You understand? Real that tech real. He don't harm nobody. He don't mess with nobody. He don't steal from nobody. He protect people. He's gentle. He laugh, but don't mess with him, right? Don't cross him. Don't play with him. Don't disrespect him. Don't try to. Oh no. Didn't you gonna see Terminator? Yeah, wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. Now, when Terminator did that thing, I guess he was enraged when he was beating up that dude, and he said about his money. And when he first entered the dorm, I remember I told the story when the gate popped, and they were like, Terminator, Terminator, and they all ran to him, right? So then I remember some of the young white dudes was like, how's Terminator in here? And I remember they said he usually stays on the tiers in the main jail. The tiers is the cages. We're in the dorm now. So he usually stays on the cages, right? In the cages, on the tiers. So now later, that's why I'm going to fast forward. Later, when y'all going to learn this in this story, not tonight, but later when me and Terminator become like my brother, I found out what happened. Because I asked him later, like, Dad, Term, I used to call him Term for sure. I'm like, Dad, Term. I'm like, you ain't even your character. Why did you like beat that dude half? You almost killed that dude. And he told me, he said, cuz, bro. He said, I don't mess with nobody. He said, I take care of new fish when they come in. I take care of the new jacks when they come in. I don't allow the bullies to bully people. He said, and this young boy is going to gamble. I like my poker. He going to gamble with the poker, and he lost his money. He lost, and he racked up a big debt. And instead of paying me, he got into a fight purposely, and his bunkmate told me that he had planned it. He got into a fight purposely so they could pack him up and move him. Then he said once he got into the fight and they was planning on moving him, they found out that his move was already coming for him to go to the drug dorm, because he had already put it in. So he staged the fight to look like he paid the person to hit him so it didn't damage his record. And then they moved him. And so I found out, because I got pulled through this whole jail. So I found out he was in this drug dorm. And I was coming to get him. And Terminator said it took him 5 months to get that move in. But he was going to get him. And he finally got the move in. And he came in there. And he said, that's why I beat him. He said, I beat him because I had to make a statement that anybody know, you cross me, I'll kill you. That's what he said. Now, I know a lot of y'all be like, how could you be friends with somebody who will kill somebody? Prison and jail, guys, is a different world. I'm sure my brother Aussie Prison Stories will tell you. you will become an animal if you don't keep control of yourself. I started to lose my sanity. You will become, because just to survive it, you have to do things that will go contrary to anything that you would do. Anything that's your normal nature, you will have to do it to survive. Aussie said, I did a video about what happens to bullies in our prisons. Facts. So that's not his nature. But in prison, you have to do things that you won't do so that it can make a statement so others won't cross you. Because if you leave an opening, guys, if you leave a lane that others can see that they can disrespect or take advantage, it could have a downward spiral effect to the point where you can have people trying to take your manhood. You can have people trying to, that you won't eat, trying to just victimize. Like, you almost can't get out of it. You probably have to take somebody's life that's real dangerous very violently. Listen, guys, I'm not promoting this, but this is reality in that space. That's why I teach. Come out, and there's some brother that wrote in my channel. The brother, that the Italian brother who wrote the comment. I'm glad I didn't chance to comment. Brother, on this channel, I'm teaching the bad parts of prison. Guys, do not come in the comment section of this 25 to Life channel and tell me how I'm painting prison to look really, prison ain't like that. It ain't really like that all the time. And all. Listen, I'm not playing that. I'm trying to teach these youth and these other brothers, even elders, do not go to prison, because this could be your reality. The brother gonna try to write in there, because he's some Italian brother. He said he did, I don't know how many years, and his father did 30 years in prison. And he said his father did his 30 years in prison from going to Sicily and Italy and bringing back cocaine. And he writing that because he don't want it to be showed like he did anything violent. Brother, only thing I read in your comment is that you had mafia connections. See, this, no disrespect, but this channel, I'm trying to reach the people who ain't got those type of connections. You see, if you with your last name and your father going to Sicily, and then that's mafia. You ain't the same as me going to prison. I ain't got no mafia connections. Understand? So people, don't come in this Testimony TV channel talking about how you did 15 years in prison. Nobody tried to take your booty. That could be you. Yeah, there got people who ride on airplanes and it don't crash. That don't mean you don't have airplane crashes. No. I'm teaching the dark. I'm teaching so that something could deter them from going, because you got a high probable chance that this can happen to you. And then he also talking about, I'm 5'6", and people want to take, because when I told the Nate Boone Craft story with that big dude, and I'm like, you don't want to be in no cell with no 7-foot dude who's a killer, and you 5'2" or 5'3" and weigh 30 pounds, 100 pounds soaking wet. You got a less chance of being able to stop this 300-pound dude in this little 6x2 space. You see, I'm keeping reality. Shout out to Drizzy Draco. Yes. Young Drizzy the Draco said, youngins, y'all need to know, if you in New York State and you shoot somebody, you going to prison anyway. So all that, I don't fight, or I gotta get a gun, is useless, because when you go upstairs, ain't no gun. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. And he said, but a lot of booty bandits. Yeah, Drizzy the Draco, but you got some of these people want to come in my channel talking about, well, it ain't nobody try to take my booty. Well, then that was you. That meant that was just then praise the Most High for that. Because I ain't trying to tell one of my young brothers that go up there and you trying to make them think everything okay. And next thing you know, they got people praying on them, right? Prey, praying on them, because they ain't connected to nobody, or they ain't established, so they really don't know the ropes. Nah, I'm trying to prepare them so they can just go out there and get a job and don't even try to even do this stuff to get in that situation. You don't want to be in that situation. I didn't think I was ever coming home, because I just knew I was going to have to stab somebody up, because I ain't 7 foot tall. And I already know if they try to play me, I got to establish. That's what Terminator was doing. He was establishing that you ain't about to play me, because that, guys, when they play you, when something happened to you, it travels through every prison you go through. It's on your record that you a buster, you a mark, you a sucker, or you a victim, or you fooled. And you don't want to be in that life because it's hard to get out. Because once you have to establish, you have to keep establishing it. All right, now, that part. Now, let's address the thumbnail. So I'm going to fast forward. I'm in the dorm. I'm fast forwarding. I'm stressed out because my little man, Benito, I'm really missing him. I'm really missing him. And when I double back, I'll explain more of that. And so, but in the daytime, people don't see it. So I'm an expediter at this point. So I'm teaching the classes, but I'm really, at night, I can't sleep because I miss my son and I'm like sick. Now, there was a brother that came in, that was in the dorm. His name was Old School. So I'm fast forwarding. And Old School, so from the other dorm, I didn't go back to church. I went and then I stopped going in the new dorm. I stopped going. I didn't go in the new dorm. So Old School, he was older. He was probably like 65. He's from Brooklyn, but he was like one of them slick old timers, old school. The waves to the side, they got the part in their hair and the waves go sideways. He's an old timer, old school. Old School used to love me. So Old School used to always come and because he liked when I used to speak. I was running the dorm at this time. I was the lead expediter, but I'll tell that story later. I'm jumping around now. So Old School used to try to get me to go to what year I'm talking about? I'm talking about 2007. Mike Garcia, 2007. I'm in the county. It's 2007. I'm in the county. So Old School, Nassau County Jail. So Old School, and I'm in the satellite. Right now I'm in the drug dorm in the satellite. So Old School was trying to get me to go to church forever. Always. Because they would go to church Sunday and he was like, come on, rah. Because I'll share that later. I was a man of the Most High. So I had a prayer circle and everything, but I just wouldn't go to church. I don't understand why something kept stop not wanting me to go to church, right? I didn't understand why. And Old School for months and months, come on, Ra, you teaching the Bible to everybody, you running the prayer circle and all that. That's this thing at night when all the brothers, and I'll tell that story. I'll wait till I get there. So I need to tell the thumbnail. So I wouldn't go. And then I think, so I'm going to save that till I get to that part about going. So anyway, one day I'm in my bunk. So I'm starting to get stressed out because my bid, the 25 to life, by this time they won't drop the 25 to life. And I'm starting to drown in this jail confinement, because up in prison you have a lot more freedom. It's a lot more dangerous, but if you are official person, you can establish yourself. You have a lot more freedom, and it's a lot better food, and you have the yard that you go out for rec. You can have jobs. You could program. They call it programming. Programming, where you could do some type of trades or schooling. You could do things to make your time go away. But in jail, you're just wasting away. It's like jail is worse. It's horrible. It's really bad. It's like, because you're waiting the sentence to go. It's a little more freedom in prison. It's a lot worse though if you got AMAC status, if you're going behind the wall to prison with the it's a lot more dangerous, but it's still more freedom. Now, at this time in the sentence, I'm seeing people come in the dorm and go to prison. I'm seeing people come and leave, come and go, Some people get going home because they're getting the outside drug program, drug treatment. So I'm seeing the dorm people, and I'm like, and I'm stuck. I spent almost 2 years in that one place. Yes, my bad food and everything, it's horrible. It's really bad. And people are getting their sentences and going up north and leaving, and some people even going home or to the program, and I'm just like stuck. Guys, I was in there so long, Mike. Listen, Mike, I was in that jail so long that I saw people come in, get mentored by me, right? Get a certain level of healing because I was mentoring in there. This started my journey. Go home, be in the world, do a new crime, come back to jail like a year later, and I'm still in the same. Literally, brothers like, you still here? What? They didn't went. It started to destroy me spiritually and mentally. And I started to like, I got to get out of here. So that's when I was like trying to tell the lawyer, Elliot Bloom, Unique's lawyer, I was trying to tell him like, yeah, Mike said come back like 2-3 times. Facts. It started to get me sick, Mike, to my stomach. And I started to tell Elliot Bloom, just give me the 25. No more fighting. I need to go. I need to leave here. I'm starting to go insane. Like it started. Guys, it made me sick to the point where I couldn't eat no more. I started to sleep all day. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like I wouldn't get out the bed no more. Old school trying to get me. Come on, get up, right? Go to church. I would just get up for the meetings because I had to. Otherwise, they'll kick me out. But I was starting to deteriorate mentally. I'm like, I need to go to prison. Like I need to go up north. We call it up north in New York, where you go, because they send you up north towards Canada, upstate New York, to prisons are up towards Canada, from New York City, from where we live. So I'm like, I need to go up north. I'm going insane. So I would sleep almost all day and wake up and do the meetings and sleep. And old school was always worried about me, right? So one day, I'm asleep in the daytime because I would sleep all day. It's probably like 11 o'clock in the morning or something. And, the dorm, everybody's up just doing all them. And I'm in the bed with my covers over me like I'm deteriorating, right? And I'm asleep. Now, this is the thumbnail. And I start to have a dream, but the dream, it's like it's real. Y'all know what I'm talking about, those 3D dreams. Those dreams that like are not a dream. It's like, I'm like, I don't know what's going like. So anyway, let me focus. I see this Ask Uncle Yahshuah. I'm trying to figure out how could I change it. I think I go to brand. I don't see. Well, that's just gonna have to stay. It is what it is. So anyway, yeah, there's a Sing Sing prison in New York. There's a bunch of them. So it's Sing Sing, Attica. You heard Attica, Clinton, yeah, Comstock, all that. Greenhaven, Southport. It's just all of them are up there. Franklin, Washington, they all upstate. But Sing Sing, Brother Aussie, is closer. Sing Sing is the first one. Sing Sing and Elmira are closer to New York, to the city, New York City. The other ones, you go further away. And Clinton is almost in Canada. Clinton Max and stuff. And so yeah. That's all those prisons, King. So now they Drizzy Draco said, I've been to Elmira. It's a boxing program. Yes. All right. My BM, I see you in your face, King. You was done. Unique said, yeah, that day I seen you when I was visiting my baby mother. I seen it in your face. You was done. Yeah, I was toast, Unique. I was just deteriorating. So guys, I'm in the dream, right? So it's daytime. I'm having a dream, but it seems really real, right? So I now my people back home in New York, y'all know, I'm in the dream and I'm back in my hood. So I'm on Elm Street. Okay, the dead end in the projects on 67 side, the dead end. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Everybody from Hempstead, from Parkside, y'all know what I'm talking about. So the dead end that's leading to Elm Street, right? So I wake up and I'm on Parkside, but it's pitch black at night. Now I don't wake up. I'm in my dream, but it seems real. So it's pitch black at night, pitch black. So it feels like I wake up. So I'm in the dream, but it feel like I woke up, and I'm in my hood, but it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and nobody's out. It's just pitch black dark, like no street lights, and I'm the only one walking on where the dead end is at. So y'all know how that is with the water tower over there and the park back that way. So I'm walking. Y'all know how dark it is. If you cut off all the lights on the project building, it's just pitch black. So I'm in like total darkness. And I'm walking. And it's like I could feel like a presence. I could feel presence around me. But this doesn't feel like a dream. It feels like I'm really there. So I don't know I'm in a dream. So I'm walking and I'm like, I'm thinking, where's everybody at? I'm like, where's everybody at? Because it's so quiet. And I look and all the project, the lights are off, every light of the project, and on the outside and every people in their house, everything is dark. No street lights, no nothing. Everything is just pitch black. So I'm walking and I'm like, it's so spooky. I could feel like spirits. So as I walk, there's a manhole, like a sewer, right? A sewer hole in the street. You know, that manhole cover where you pull the thing up. So as I'm walking, there's a sewer in the street. And I'm walking towards it because I'm in the street. And as I'm walking, I'm walking and I can see that the sewer hole, there's no cover on it. So I can just see dark. And I'm walking, and as I get closer to walking to the manhole, I could feel like a presence in the manhole, and everything is pitch black. And I'm walking up, and as I near the edge of the manhole, I'm like looking like this, right? And I'm like, I look around, and I'm like, and I could just feel something in there. So I walk, and I get closer, and I get closer, and I look. And when I look over, something just grabbed my leg. It just from the sewer, it just grabbed my leg. And I'm like, oh! And I'm like, yo! And it's pulling me. So it pulls me and I fall on my back. Boom. And then something else come up and it grabbed my leg. It's like this nasty, I don't know, dragon hand or something with claws. Like, look like you know how a raw chicken foot look? You know people that sell chicken foot that eat that nasty chicken feet? Like that, but big with claws on it. And it grabbed, the first one grabbed my leg, and I'm like, whoa, and then it snatched me down, and I bang, boom, I fell, and then another one came up, and it grabbed me, and I'm like, yo, so I start kicking, I'm kicking it, and I'm kicking my other leg, then another one came up like this, and I could see it, it's like it looked like a monster type of, alien type of, I don't know what to call it, we used to call stuff like that demons or something, and and this one grabbed it, and it grabs onto like my calves and my legs, and I'm kicking, and it's pulling. Get off me, get off me, get off me. And I'm kicking and kicking and kicking, and it's pulling me and pulling me and pulling me. And it keeps pulling me all the way. It gets me to like the thing, and it's pulling me down into the sewer. And I'm looking, and all I see is like beings down there, like And I'm kicking, and I finally kick. Boom! And I snatch away. Boom! And when I kick, I snatch away. Boom! And when I snatch away, boom! I wake up. I snatch away, and boom! It's light. And I go like this. Ah! Because when I snatch away, my head banged against the metal headboard in the hut, in my bed in the jail where the locker is. So when I snatched away from the dream, my head, I guess in my sleep, I banged my head against the thing. So I woke up like, ah! And I woke up like, and when I woke up, I jumped, and old school, it was about 4 of them in my dorm. I woke up, and old school's like, everybody like, I'm like, so that scared me. I woke up like, old school like, Rah, you okay? You okay? And I'm like, what y'all doing by my bed? Like, wow, what happened? I told him not to touch you. I'm like, dude, the whole dorm is looking. And old school, about 4 of them in my hut, old school was at the foot of my bed. And he said, I stopped them from wake you. I didn't know what to do. He's like, you okay? I'm like, no, what happened? He's like, wow, you was fighting something. And I'm like, yeah, it was demons. I was calling it demons. I didn't know about devils back then. Sabaoths, dark heavenly hosts from the scripture. So we used to call everything demons. So I'm like, yeah, it was demons. I was on my hood. I was in Parkside. They was trying to pull me into the sewer. They were trying to, and then I'm like, my leg hurt. I'm like, my leg is on fire. Like, my leg is hurting. Now, we wear orange uniforms. So I grab my leg because my leg is hurting. And I take my pants and I pull the pants leg up. And there's scratches down my leg with blood dripping. And old school like, and I'm like, and I pull my other leg and there's scratches on my other leg. But the leg that they was pulling me by has scratches down the leg. In the scratches, they were bleeding. Literally. Now, that freaked me and everybody out. Old school jumped back. He like, Father God, he was a believing guy. Like, Father God, I rebuke this. He woke up like, old school, you? Wow, that's that devil stuff. That's that demon stuff. I rebuke this. And everybody like, so everybody start backing up. So the CO comes. He like, is he okay? What? And he like, what happened to your leg? I'm like, old school, did anybody touch me? He like, nobody touched you, Ra. I wouldn't let nobody touch you because when you started kicking and screaming, you were kicking and screaming. So we all ran back there and they wanted to wake you up, but I didn't want nobody to touch you. So I told them, don't touch him. So nobody touched you, Ra. And the little white dudes, y'all learn about them. That the one, my little white friend, they loved me. The ones I'm mentoring, they sitting there like, everybody's just shook. The CEO like, nobody touched him. No, he's like, no, he was dreaming. He's like, all right, we need to get you to go to medical. And I'm like, old school. Nobody touched me? Like, nobody touched you, Ra. Nobody touched you. And my head is like, I bang and I'm like, but my head, he said, yeah, you kicked. He said, the last kick you kicked and you went flying back. He said, you kicked your leg and you just went flying like in the air. Bang! And head hit bang on the back of the thing because my head was like I had like a small concussion type of thing. My head was killing me. He said, your head banged against the back of the thing. And he said, nobody touched you. Shout out to Jody in the building. Shout out to Jody. One love, Jody. Love you, sis. They call that a stigmata when the spirit realm touches you and it manifests in the physical realm. I didn't know what to do with that, honestly. That blood and those marks were on my leg, and everyone saw it. Now, let me explain something to y'all guys. It's one thing if it was just me by myself home and nobody saw it, but everybody witnessed it. It was like 5 of them, like 4 of them in my hut and old school at the end of my bed around me, and then the others in the dorm, everybody was looking. Everybody saw it. Let me explain that again. Everybody saw it. That hit. See, when it happens to you by yourself, your mind will make some type of excuse for it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Nah, like, okay, nah, I'm tripping. This could. But everybody saw it. And it was in the daytime. It wasn't even at night when everybody was asleep and everybody just woke up. No, they came back there because they said, old school said I was fighting and kicking and making noise and saying, get off me, and kicking. And so everybody witnessed it. And when I pulled my pants leg up, everybody saw the scratches and the blood dripping. Everybody. And I had to go to medical. That, yeah. So the title is like, I was going to title it, Can Devils or Demons, it's really devils, adversaries, can they touch you in your dreams, sleep? Yes. Yaakov, the Battle Axe Warrior, said, I've had scratches before. Them dark Sabaoth's dark adversaries happened to me once, but other than that, I used to get sleep paralysis. They would attack my breathing. Hasn't happened since my awakening. I used to get sleep paralysis too. I'm going to share that on here. And mine's haven't happened either since I was able to rebuke it and the awakening. To the point of death. Yeah, when you wake up in your body and you're a prisoner stuck in it, they used to call it the witches riding your chest. The witch riding your chest, those old ancient from our ancestors. That'll come out in another testimonies later at another point in time. That I used to suffer from it really bad. Praise the Most High, I don't suffer from that no more. But yes, I haven't had that level of physical manifestation of attack to the point of blood like that and that level since then. But I did get attacked again, and I still got the marks on my thigh. They were really deep. They were red and kind of bleeding too, and they're still there. 3 marks, scratch marks on my thigh. And I don't remember no dream. I just woke up and I went to take a shower and I turned on the water and it started burning. I didn't even realize, because, I woke up and everything, just took off my clothes, got in the shower and burning. I'm like, what? And I look and there's red 3 claws marks on my thigh. It's still there. I still see it. The ones on my leg healed, kind of. They healed, but the ones there are still there. So the spirit realm can manifest into the physical realm. Sabayah from my ministry said her sister passed away. She said, may the Most High will be done. Thanks for the prayers, family. Mishpaha. At the beginning of this Testimony TV, I said this sister, she's a part of our ministry. She told me, Uncle Yahshuah, on our Tuesday Bible study, that the Most High told her that the attacks will ramp up against our ministry because of all the work that we're doing across the world. Because we have people all over the world that we minister to. Yes, your brother Rashawn, old Rashawn, is doing this work. I'm now Uncle Yahshuah. We're putting in the work in our ministry. So that's where y'all see it. If y'all on YouTube, a lot of the people that are here are from our ministry. That's who be welcoming you guys. And Sabaya, she's an elder. She's originally from Grenada, the island of Grenada, but she lives in New York City now. She lives in New York. She in New York right now. And she just said on Tuesday that the Most High said the attacks against the ministry will heighten. And she wrote me today and said, Unc, I didn't know it would happen that fast. She said her little sister fell and broke one of her ribs, and a rig punctured her kidney, and they had to remove her kidney. And so now she's telling us that her sister just passed. So yes, shout out to Jody and Mike Garcia and everyone else who giving condolences to our sister Sabaya. Everyone in Mashiach's assembly, be on the lookout for anything now to come against you in your life. That's why I started this study off about people from my past. I see it in the spirit realm. You know, I had a conversation with someone and they were talking about old people who I don't even know, who are like celebrities and still in that life in prison and still drug gang members and all that. And I don't have nothing to do with that. And sometimes in the moment when I'm talking, I don't really get to see what's happening. But 2020 is hindsight. And I realized later, because the Most High told me, stop, be careful. And I'm like, now I'm not saying the brother was doing it purposely, but I'm telling him and I'm telling everyone else from my past, don't bring me no negativity. I don't give a crap about no Suge Knight, about nobody. None of them people in darkness, none of these gang members who still living that don't impress me. I don't want nothing to do with none of it. None of it. I don't know them, and I ain't being tied to nothing they into or nothing they used to do. I don't know none of them people. I don't even know. I ain't know nothing about no guerrilla, what they call them, that Casanova guerrilla gang, blood gang from New York, and another brother told me Jets, blood gang. I don't even know nothing. I left in 2010, and if it was going on then, I didn't know, because when I left, I was going out of town. I was going OT. I was in North Carolina. I was doing Palace Mall. I don't know nothing about all that gang stuff they doing. Facts. Right, Jody? Me and you was running around. We wasn't running around, Yeah, we was Palace Mall, but we wasn't gang affiliate running around with them people. We was trying to do our music and trying to live our best life. I ain't affiliated to none of that. And none of that dark realm ain't about to tie me to none of that. Do no conspiracy, nothing. I don't know none of them, and I don't give a crap what they doing. And I don't appreciate none of them that's still, and I don't appreciate no 40, 50-year-old gang member that's still claiming gangs. To me, you are a fool, and that ain't powerful, it's weak. And I have nothing to do with it. Now, Mike Garcia said he just beat cancer. I saw that, Mike. I saw your post. All praises to the Most High, Mike, for you beating that cancer and being cured from it. That's a dark adversary. That victory you have, Mike, with you overcoming that cancer, you never been a negative brother, though. Just try to do more right, even now, Mike. Just try to help everybody you can, Mike. You always been a good dude, though. One thing I could say about you, you never been negative. I've never seen you do no negative. Of course you did stuff that I don't know of, we all, but you've always been a good brother. So you just keep being a good brother and keep trying to help as many people as you can help, Mike. The Most High allow you to be cancer for a reason, to keep you here longer so you can help more people. So you take that. And thank you everyone for your prayers to Sabaya for her sister and her family. Sabaya is very strong. She's a strong sister, a part of our ministry, but that doesn't mean she ain't gonna feel, broken from the loss of her little sister. So we love you, Sabaya. We here for you. You already know we family. And if you need a ministry call or anything, I'm here for you. thank you for warning all of us that the attacks would rampant. They're going to you're welcome, Mike. They're going to everyone cover yourselves. In our ministry and outside, the darkness is getting darker. So for those of us who's trying to be more righteous, it's going to get harder. Pray over yourself and your family. Be the light that could cover some of your family members. But everybody in the assembly, be prepared. So again, I'm going to make a disclaimer intro video that's going to cover me for any type of people trying to tie me into any people that's doing crap in this world, in the entertainment space or in the gang space. You ain't tying me to none of that. None of it. I did my time for any crime I committed, and I changed my life. And I haven't done a crime since 2007, when the last time I got locked up. It's 2023, and I have no affiliate to nobody. I don't know what nobody been doing. I don't know what they was doing. I didn't even know all these stupid gangs going on in New York, all these new names. When I left, it was just the old, the Brims, and it was just the old, they had sex, money, murder, but I don't know about all this other new stuff. I don't know what these kids out here doing. Shout out to Black Moon in the building. I don't know what this kid's doing. My job is to tell them to stop doing it. You're that part. I don't know what they doing, but if it ain't righteous and spirit and truth and helping the next neighbor, their neighbor as loving their neighbor as themselves and trying to do what's right by the next person, my job is telling them to stop doing it. And I ain't tied to none of it. Facts. All right. Zayana said, no crimes. We out here saving lives. Facts. All right. So that's the addressing of the thumbnail. Sabiyah, I want to say again, our condolences to your family. May the Most High bless you and cover you in healing. Yeah, you see, Jody said, yeah, they just making up names. Now I know they making up stuff, right? And I ain't got nothing to do with none of that, Jody. You ain't tying me to that crap. I already see how that Facebook stuff could go. Next you know, they trying to tie me to some stuff I ain't even know going on. The devil's a lie. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Shout out to Q-Dog in the building. It's still hard enough. Yeah, I know, Q-Dog, and that's why. And it's another thing with my brother Q. Q never. Now I know Q still living that. He's still living the rough life, but I know Q would never bring no darkness to me. He would never. He missed me. I miss him too, but he ain't bringing no darkness to me. He just. So shout out to Q-Dog. Love you, Q. All right. And I knew Wyatt was about to say, Shalom, Q-Dog. Wyatt always be shouting you out, Q-Dog. You don't see it. Wyatt, he be shouting. Wyatt love you too, Q. He be like, every time, like, what's up to Q-Dog in the building? But you can't see it because you on Facebook and he on YouTube. But he always be shouting you out. And that's my little brother, one part of our ministry. He's out there in Tennessee, Q-Dog. All right. So guys, let's all right. So let me get started. So I want to start this story out, right? Zayana said, shout out to Q-Dog. Q Quentin said, never that. Love is love, fam. All day, every day, Q-Dog. All right, so now I'm going to start this story out, guys. I do want to do one more disclaimer. To Christy, my ex. The stuff I said about her last week was true. It painted her in a dark light a little bit, but it's the truth. But I do have to take accountability for my actions. Because I would have cheated on her with that girl from Brooklyn. The one that I met from Star Crimes, he's now started a gift. And she was with me. Now she wasn't, again, something that I would. Let me do this correctly, because I don't want to paint a light on somebody and have something unjustly, have them looked at unjustly, because none of us are perfect. Now, let me try to do this right. Yahshuah says shout out Q Dog. Zayana says shout out to Q Dog. Waya says shout out to Jody. If I wouldn't have got locked up again, if I would have left when Christie was like, let's just go back to North Carolina, right? When the United States Supreme Court judge told me to leave, when the Most High was trying to get my attention, telling me to leave, when Christie's grandmother said, y'all's going to free you from the 15 of life, when he free you, give him your time. If I would have listened to the Most High and listened to my girl Christie and went back when we were supposed to, and she was pregnant with my baby, to be honest with you, we would probably still be married right now. Q Dog said, tell her I said hello. I don't have no access to her, Q. I don't even know. That part will come out later. I have no access to even, she get my money every month though. So anyway, I just don't want to paint the wrong picture. Now, in a perfect scenario, I probably would have stayed with Christie, and because she ain't the type to cheat. I wasn't a cheater either. We probably would have been rocking out. Long as she's able to be in my presence, I could keep her from her darkness of herself wanting to be out there in the streets and all that. Long as she in my presence, she was good. It's just that. So now, so I can clear this up. But I didn't. Think about it. I didn't listen to the Most High telling me what to do. I didn't listen to her saying, please, Sean, let's just go back home to North Carolina. And because of it, I ended up getting locked up again. Now, when I end up getting locked up again, now she's in a predicament where she has no covering. I'm the man. I'm her covering. I'm gone. So now I got Unique and them trying to take care of her, and I got her trying to take care of my jail situation, and she's in the land she don't know. She's in New York, and they on drug. They got trap house and all that. So I got all of this stuff. Yeah, I probably would have married her, Q. I got all of this stuff that now she's placed in the middle of it. But think about it. She didn't ask for it. See? I'm taking accountability now because I don't want to paint a wrong picture and don't give the full scope, right? Because sometimes we can tell a story from our hurt part and leave out the completion. Okay? So now I'm being complete. Do as I do, meaning I live the life that I speak. I hold myself accountable for my own actions. That's why a lot of people in ministry love me around the world, because they see you are a real man of truth. You hold yourself accountable as well. Now, because I didn't listen to what the Most High said, I didn't listen to what my girl said, I didn't listen to what the grandma said, I didn't listen to what Drew from Public Enemy said, I wasn't listening to nobody. I was hard-headed, stiff-necked, stubborn, and rebellious, right? I'm trying to get that paper. Now now I'm in a situation that she's placed in a space that she ain't covered. So, of course, she got her own thing she working on. You know, she want to be in the thick of things. So now the trap house is popping. She bored in there and all. Now, where it really went left is when I gave her my property from the last story and she got my phones. So I'm going to do this correctly because I want you guys to make your own opinion of her and her actions. Yes, she did me wrong later, and I'm not excusing it. But I want to be just. See, the Yahshuah said that part. And I know the women will appreciate this. The daughters of the Most High will appreciate a man taking real accountability and not just blaming, right? Now, she got my phone. And when she got my phone, she seen that I was cheating. Now, she saw in the phone that me and Star Crimes went to Brooklyn and met this girl, and I'm talking in the phone. We messaging about the girl, got the biggest butt in the world, which she did. She had one of them, she had that crazy stuff, that stuff you see on, on that they promote on, on the social media, that crazy, that insane body type of thing. Insane. And she heard us conversating about it. And now Christy is slim, she got a decent body, but so I can only imagine how she felt hearing me describe. Yeah, Yahshuah was an Israelite. I can hear Christy, her, how she feel. Now listen, guys, the man that she loves, that she loved to death, that she wants to marry, that she's with in New York, and she's at home with Benito. She got my little man, and she got a baby of mine in her stomach. And she's at Joy House, feeding Benito and waiting for me to come back because I'm out hustling. And she thinking I'm out hustling. And she gets the phone, and she finds that I'm in Brooklyn with some girl with the biggest butt in the world. I can only imagine how she felt reading the description with the Halle Berry haircut and all this other stuff. We was probably describing her, and she was hearing Star Crimes talking about how bad she was, because he was saying the same thing. Like, this girl was insanely gorgeous, right? She was dangerous bad type of thing, right? So, Q said, LOL, you know how we did facts, right? So I'm just being accountable, Q. I'm just, and I know the sisters be able to appreciate this part. Because because I heard it back. I played the episode back, and I was like, that ain't right. Because, yeah, I'm saying she did me wrong, but I did wrong too. I kind of deserve some of that, what she did. To be real. And y'all know, I'm real. That's why everybody love my channel, because it's the real. So guys, I'm playing it back, and I'm like, I can only imagine the hurt she felt watching us describe and probably seeing me saying the things like, yeah, I'm going to Brooklyn to pick her up. And now guys, she's looking at this phone later. Now I'm in jail, and I'm about to get 25 to life. She got my baby in her stomach. She gets the phone. Now, the brother understanding his girl from Alabama, who I don't want her to be around, is already filling her head up with stuff like, that's Rashawn, he got the Benzes, and he cheating. And Christy is probably like, no, he ain't. No, he ain't. I know him. That's my man. That's my future husband. How you think she felt? See, a lot of time, guys, you got to take yourself out of your own situation and look through the eyes of others. That's what they call Jesus says when he says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Right? Mashiach, our Messiah. When he say that, he's saying, do unto others as you want done on yourself. Love your neighbor as you want yourself. You know how you feel if you get cheated on? You ain't going to want that done to you. So he's saying, don't do it to others. It's that simple. And with that philosophy, then you won't harm nobody else, because you don't want to harm yourself unless you're deranged and sick and you harming yourself. And that means you're just diseased. That means you're just dysfunctional. You have a condition and you need healing. Other than that, you're not going to harm yourself. You want what's best for yourself. Right? So that scripture of love your neighbor as you does yourself, yes, it traumatized you, Wyatt. That means you won't do wrong by somebody because you don't want it done to you. So a way that me, Uncle Yahshuah, the way that I live my life is, guys, I always look at, I take myself out of my own state and I look from the eyes of others, how they feel about this situation. How would you feel if that happened to you? When you're able to do that, this will help you in your marriages, your relationships, with family and everybody, in anything. This is a great tip for everybody worldwide. When you're able to do that, then you're able to have empathy and understand and compassion for another person's point of view. So I always do it. I take myself out of me and reverse it and be like, how would I feel if someone said that to me? What would I be feeling right now? How would I feel? That's why you guys will see me, and my roommates see this stuff. Anybody who's close to my life, they'll see me sometime come back and apologize for something. Be like, are you okay? And they're like, what? I'm like, well, I know I said this and I know my tone could have sounded, they'd be like, no, I'm fine. I'm like, okay, well, I just need to check. Because I always play things back in my head, guys. I'm accountable for myself and my actions. And I'm always cognizant of how my actions and my deeds make someone else feel. Because we can be rough. Right? Shout out Jody. She said, absolutely true, bro. And Jody, no, me and Jody alike. We raw, like we were hardcore, like we rough around the edges. So we'll say stuff that'll hurt people's feelings. We don't even realize it, right, Jody? And we'll keep it moving and not even realizing we just hurt the person because we're so rough and raw and rugged. So I learned to look through the lens of others and realize. So I double back and like, you okay? So I'm saying this part, and I know the sisters are going to appreciate this, because I had an accountability in the way Christy treated me after that, in this jail sentence. And I don't want her to paint it to look like she was just some bad and I was, she just did me wrong without taking accountability for my action. Now, in that story, with the girl, the Brooklyn girl, I didn't smash the Brooklyn girl. But it wasn't because I stopped myself. I didn't smash her because when we got to the point where I had her in the hotel room to smash her, her coochie smelled like the doggone graveyard. Her coochie smelled like that thing. It was the worst smell in my life. I'm not saying that. I don't know that girl's name, so nobody know who I'm talking about. I don't remember her name. I'm not saying that to harm her. I'm just being truthful. Because if it wasn't a smell like all hell came to earth, I would have smashed it and cheated on Christy. So Christy was justified with her treating me wrong after that. So I want to say that to Christy if she ever see this. I repent and I apologize. You didn't deserve to be cheated on. You were good to me and I loved you and you didn't deserve that. But I was dysfunctional. I wasn't who I am now. So that means I couldn't cover you the way I should have. And you didn't deserve to be cheated on. Because you weren't that type of girl. So I'm sorry. And I repent and I apologize. But guys, just because I didn't go through with the act doesn't mean it still ain't adultery. Right? Well, fornication, because we weren't married. But it doesn't mean, guys, and sisters and men know this, both of y'all, just because you didn't go through with the act don't mean it ain't done. If someone got my girl or my wife all the way into a hotel room and she was about to give him some, and the only reason why she didn't because his balls smelled like he done played 90,000 basketball games, or his butt smelled like he ain't used baby wipes or washed his booty, he smelled like dookie, and she ain't do it, she might as well done it. Because if I find out, she did it. It's the thought and the intention and the action that you could, just because it ain't go to fruition, that's still fornication. You still did it. This circumstance stopped you. Or y'all was going to do it, but you end up getting busted from the police catching y'all or something. Like, nah, you did it. I don't play all that. I don't play that. So, like I said, I don't want my strawberries anymore. Yeah, it's cheating. Cheating goes so far as it's the thought, and you're doing all that. Maybe next lifetime and you married and next, y'all all close by, maybe gonna kiss or might have kissed, and people like, well, I ain't do it. You did it to me. Oh, I'm not the one. Unc, I will drop you like a hot tamale. Any form, shape, form, or fashion. It's a wrap. That's cheating. Now, okay. Now, Yahshuah said, this repentance and accountability is an example for the men and the women. Although her feelings were valid, women have to learn to feel their feelings without harming the parent-child. Yes, thank you for that part, Yahshuah. So later, I'm doing this part, Yahshuah, because I'm taking accountability so that later everyone can make their own judgment about her actions later. You see, later, it doesn't justify what she did now. I still don't know my child. There's no justification for that. Thank you, Yahshuah, for breaking that part down. Now, let me go back. So now the girl in Brooklyn, this part. So I wasn't supposed to be there, first of all. See, honestly, I'm supposed to be a Christian. We're supposed to be in North Carolina, and I'm supposed to be serving the Most High and starting my journey. But instead, I'm in New York trying to get this $25,000 and trying to still get the deal with Dipset. And I'm running with Star Crimes. And Star Crimes like, yo, Rod, I want you to come with me to Brooklyn. I got this bad chick, right, in Brooklyn. Now, I can say this because he told me that his first wife is dead now. So I can say this part. Because later, before, when I told the other story, I was like, oh, crap. I said Star was messing with the girl in Brooklyn and he was married. And I'm like, oh, so I wanted to start with say, sorry, Star, I'm sorry. I got to be careful of the things I say on this live. Because imagine if he was still married, that could mess up his marriage. I'm like, shout out to Big Bump in the building. Blessings, Big Bump. Love you, King. So I have to be accountable for the things I say on this YouTube, especially when the 25 light blow up more. Let's say if Star Crimes was still married, his wife could see that and be like, hold up. In 2007, you and Luce, because she met me, oh, you went to Brooklyn when he was married. But now he told me that his wife died. She's passed on. So I'm like, oh my goodness. Now I'm not thankful she did. Sorry, guys. But I'm like, oh my goodness. So at least so now I can say this because she's passed on, his first wife. Okay, so yeah, Star was married. Now these are young people. We were in our sin. We didn't know no better. We were still living. I'm quite sure. I think he said he's married now, and he wouldn't cheat now. He's saying he's a man of the Most High now, right? He spoke scripture to me and everything. So I'm just telling him, make sure you live that out, Star the gift, and stay away from these people from our past life. I told him that. Stay away. Be careful entertaining these people from the past life. They got that conspiracy thing to stick to you and you'll be screwed. You'll be back in prison wishing you would have did what I did. Stay away from everybody negative. I ain't tying myself to nobody negative. Only thing I got to do is pray over you and try to help you out of your turmoil and everything. But I ain't tying myself to nobody doing no crimes and negativity. Nah. I'm a grown man, and I'm trying to live the rest of my days out helping people, helping the Most High's children all over the world. Not trying to add to darkness in the world. I'm trying to be the light in the world. You hear, Big Bump? Facts. I know you're proud of me, Big Bump. Yep. You was always positive, Big Bump. Facts. Love you, King. All right, so guys, now I'm supposed to be in North Carolina, right? The Most High freed me from 15 to life. Now, guys, this part of the story, I just beat no, I didn't beat it. I'm still going to trial with the 15 to life. They trying to give me 15 to life, and if I blow, they're going to give me 55 to life. I'm still going to trial. So we still going to trial in the Supreme Court, and Christy, and she's in Joy House, and I'm sitting up here. Star Crimes is telling me, yo, Ra, I want you to come with me to Brooklyn. I got this bad chick in Bed-Stuy, right? Greg Bump said, yes, I am, my brother. Very proud of you. Thank you, King. I appreciate that, Big Bump. So Star Crimes is telling me, I need you to come with me to Bed-Stuy, Ra. I got this bad chick. I just want you to ride with me. No, I think I don't know. I don't remember. Did we take my car? No. I rode. I was in the passenger side. No. We rode in his car. He's like, I just want you to ride with me. So I got in the car with Star Crimes. We went to Bed-Stuy, right? So this chick come out, and she was bad, like Star said. Star like, look at her, Ra. He said, but she had a trachea thing. So she talked kind of, she talked because she had a trachea thing. I don't know what it's for, but she was bad. Right? Everything. So she come up and she got another girl with her. Oh my goodness. This girl looked like they drew her with a pencil. You know, they drew, her butt was the size of Africa. Hips, thighs, legs. She had the little haircut. She was gorgeous. Everything. Just and stylish with the, she got the Gucci sneakers on. Like she Brooklyn. Y'all know Brooklyn, and we in 2007. She Brooklyn. So they come out, and I'm like, woo. So I came out the car because I was in the car, but when I see the other one come out, I jumped out. I'm like, woo, who this? And I guess she must have been like, so Star was like, this is my man Ra and everything. So when Star was kicking it to her, I started kicking it to her on the side, so Star didn't even know it. So I started kicking it to her on the side, and I usually don't do it like that, but I did. I'm usually more shy than that. But I put it on, and she gave me a number. So Star didn't even know. So then later I told him. So then, no, he forgot. I told him then, but he forgot. So anyway, because I remember, he's like, Dag, I wanted to bag that. I'm like, you can't have both of them, Star. You know what I mean? You know men can be greedy. So anyway, oh, Star the Gift is here. All right, shout out to Star the Gift. He here. So I can only share this, Star, because your first wife is dead. Otherwise, I would not have shared that part. So then, guys, now listen to this, Star. This is what happened with this story. So then, Brooklyn was off the chain in 2007 when the police were crazy. They was just on a rampage pulling people up. It was what they call that when you profile people, the black profile. I forgot what they call that when they profile people. And there was black cops profiling us too. So don't get it twisted. Don't think there's just white cops. No, it was black cops, racial profiling that. So they was just racial they was off the chain. Okay, it was insane. So now, and thank you, Yadon, and everybody who praying for our brother Aussie prison stories. Thank you, guys. That's my ministry, brother. They gonna always take care of you here. All right, so we and everybody who prayed for our brother from Australia. So we so Star, I was going so I knew not to go back to Brooklyn because I think I went to see her one time and it got bad. The police, they were everywhere, and I just missed checkpoints. You know how they had checkpoints all over the place? So after that, I was like, okay, I can't drive back to Brooklyn because they took my license. I was still going to trial for the 15 of life. No, we beat it. I remember because I was waiting to get the license. No, this is after I beat the 15 of life, and Christy want us to go back to North Carolina, but I'm trying to get to 25,000 before I go back. Okay, because I remember because I kept waiting to get my license. It's going to be a couple of months before I get my license back. So I went to Tim and Star, you know Tim, because we did that song in his house, and Tim would chauffeur me to Brooklyn. So now I got Tim. I'm like, yo, Tim, whenever I go see the shorty, I need you to take me to Brooklyn until I get my license back. And he's like, all right, and Tim, Tim used to get high. So I just give him a little something to get, and he take me. And he's, that was my boy anyway. So Tim, he from Uniondale. So we go to Brooklyn, Star. Now we go to Brooklyn. This the first time, because the other time I met her, this the first time she got me coming to her house. So the other time I went, she met me at a park or something. Because she Brooklyn. She don't want me knowing where she lives. She got to know who I am first. So now, after we chilled in the park and I got to know and everything, now again, guys, Christy is home in Jody house with Benito and my baby in her stomach thinking I'm out hustling. That's why I said I'm not going to paint a bad picture on her without taking accountability for my life. Okay? All right? So, look at that. Yahshuah said 1,000 for each year they going to give you. 25,000 cost you 25 to life. That's a good parable, analogy, Yahshuah. That's a good analogy. Facts. I'm trying to get 25,000. They gave me a 25 life. Wow. For being stupid, right? Hard-headed. So now, guys, I'm to this point. This story has relevance. So so now we're talking on the jack, right? So again, like she's texting me, right? And stuff, but it's on I got it going through my hustle phone because I'm hiding it from Christy because my regular phone, is unlocked and stuff. Well, there's no locks back then. No, I'm sorry. These are the old phones. So nothing's locked. But the regular phone, I would just leave around. But my hustle phone, I kept with me. So I gave her my hustle phone number. So she's texting me through the hustle phone. That's why when Christy got my property, she looked at my hustle phone. And that's when she saw that I was cheating with this girl in Brooklyn. So, and I'm not a cheater, guys. That's why, I don't really cheat like that. Honestly, I'd rather just be with my girl. But sometimes the temptation in that life, that's why you don't put yourself in those situations. You try to keep yourself out of as many situations as possible. You feel you protect yourself. Protect yourself, right? That's what I do now. I make sure I ain't trying to be in all these situations that put you in uncompromising positions. You mess around the dark realm and it sent the most gorgeous thing in the world to you, and your weakness, you be like, then to stick your little wee-wee in something and you explode. Yeah, boom, you just blow up because they got diseases now. Just self-destruct. You stick your little wee-wee in and boom. You just dust the diseases they got now, right? And sisters too. Even if let somebody stick his wee-wee in you, next thing you know, you got green ooze coming out your vajayjay. All right? Now, so anyway, I'm being funny, but I'm not. I'm speaking truth to power. Now, back to the story. So now because, when we met up, she was comfortable. She's letting me know where she lived. So now, Tim, we going to, I got an address. She live in Bed-Stuy. She live in a brownstone. Now, she told me she got her own brownstone. She got paper. She do real estate. Listen, guys. Not only is she superstar gorgeous with the biggest butt and hips in the world and legs, but she got her own real estate. She do real estate. So she getting the bag. No, that's why she was Gucci'd out. She was fly the way she was dressed. She got paper. So she like, yeah, I don't just let people know where I live. Because once I met up with her, remember when she met me, I was in Star Crime's car. So Star, when I met up with her for the first meeting, when I got a number, I pulled up in the black 500, the brand new joint. She like, oh, so she didn't know that. She didn't know, I got paper. She was just, I guess she just thought I was attractive or something or whatever, or my game or whatever. So I pull up in the 500. She like, who calls that? I'm like, this is mine. She like, okay. So then as we kicking it, I let her know, nah, I got real estate. I own this and that. She like, I do real estate. Know what I mean? So she like, yeah, I do real estate. And I'm like, okay, well, I own a bunch of houses and this and that. I own a big one in New York. So we kicking it on business sense and all that. Now listen, guys, shout out to Jackie Pickett in the building. Why chick, I hook you up with an Amityville Q dog. So he said, especially with the chick I hooked you up with in Amityville. So so now we kicking it on business and all that. So by the time we finish that date, we people, you know what I mean? It's a wrap. She bagged. You know what I mean? It's like it's a done deal. We feeling each other. You know what I mean? Not only is she gorgeous, she getting that bag and money. Now, see, guys, again, I'm cheating. But I ain't supposed to be in that situation. I shouldn't have. So anyway, so now the next time I come out, she like, all right, she gonna let me come to the house. So she tell me she bought a brownstone. So she she's renting a brownstone, but she's gonna buy it. So I'm like, you know what? I'm like, dude, I might go into the brownstone with you. So she's like, yeah. And I'm like, I was supposed to get a brownstone before back in my first bid with the girl from Uniondale. Remember I told you I was going to buy the brownstone, the whole block in Brooklyn where the Puerto Ricans lived in, right? And with, what's her name? I can't think of it. I told that story on here. So anyway, I'm like, yeah, I was supposed to buy a brownstone over in Bushwick. And she like, yeah, so we kicking on real estate and all that, right? So I come, right? So we come. So I got Tim to drive me. So we get to a block on Bed-Stuy, nice brownstone. So I'm sitting there, I'm already telling Tim, wait till you see this girl, Tim. This girl, gorgeous. He like, I know you always got bad chicks. I'm like, wait till you see this one. So we pull the Benz up in front of the brownstone. So we sitting there waiting. I hit her up. I'm like, I'm outside. She's like, all right, I see y'all out there. So she's like, all right, I'm coming down. So the brownstones, for those who know Brooklyn, brownstones, if you're on the street, it got steps that go up, right? So when the person come out, they, it's usually double doors, a big door. They come out and then they walk down steps to the thing. So it's connected brownstone. I should have put a picture of brownstone buildings. They like connected. They look like, so on the show, the Cosby, Claire Huxtable, what's that? The Cosby Show. Remember the Cosby Show with Rudy and Claire Huxtable, the Huxtables? They live in a brownstone. So remember the Cosby Show, those are brownstones. Okay? So now y'all got a visualizing of brownstones. So the door opens and she come out and all you might as well have a halo going, and Tim like, damn, I'm like, I know, right? She come walking down. So she come down to the car, so we get out, Tim get out. And so Tim got a Heineken, right? He's drinking a Heineken. So he gets out the green bottle Heineken. So she come out, we talking. So I'm standing out there, right? So we talking to her. So people, are walking past, and then I'm talking to her, and I'm looking around. I'm like, this girl is dangerous. My instincts, because first of all, she's probably the baddest girl in this whole neighborhood. She got the biggest butt in the world. And I know doggone well that every Brooklyn goon and everybody in Brooklyn probably want to smash it. She probably got ex-boyfriends who probably, right? And I'm standing on her street. See, I ain't never boo-boo the fool, even when I am boo-boo the fool. I understand? Even when I am doing stupid stuff, I'm still sharp to a certain level of street sense. So I'm standing there and I'm looking around and I'm like, this is dangerous. Because I got like the baddest girl probably in this part of Bed-Stuy, and I'm in her hood, and I'm quite sure there's plenty dudes who sweating. They're probably the crazy neighbor. Probably like dudes can be psychotic, especially when it comes to a bad chick like that. You know what I mean? So I'm like, you know what? I'm looking around, I'm like, I'm tripping. I ain't got no ratchet, right? I got no gun because I just beat the 15 of life. I don't got a gun in New York, right? And I definitely wouldn't have brought it with me to Brooklyn, because that's why I got Tim. Shout out to Mo Green. He said, "You're right. Keep it proud of you, King." Thank you, Mo Green. Love you, Mo. So I'm definitely, guys, not gonna take the gun with me into Bed-Stuy, into Brooklyn right now. The cops are all over. They sweating everything. We guaranteed to get pulled over, right? Maybe once or twice. And Tim got a license, and especially in now the Black 500. And I think I had the red chrome on the rims, the red in the rims, and all that. So and this before 550s, for those be like 500. That's when the 500, they didn't have a 550. It was 500 back then. So I'm my instinct. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, yo, Tim. So I said, yo, shorty, let's get it. We got to leave here. Let's go. You coming with me? And she's like, yeah, let's go. Where we going? I'm like, all right, we're gonna go somewhere. So right when I said that, I turn around and a police car pull up. A blue and white New York City car. And it pulls up and there's two black cops. And they stop. And I turn, I look, and they looking at me. And the cop on the passenger side, he looking at me, and he look at her. And he look at me. And I look at him, and I look at her. And I'm like, uh-oh. 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 You might as well have music that says dun 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 dun. I'm like, uh-oh. And then I look at him again. I look at her again. I look at Tim. Tim take the beer and he put it down he got a green Heineken bottle and he put it down on the ground. And I look at Tim and I look at him put it down and I look back at the cop and he look at me and he look at Tim and he look at her and he look at me and I look at her and I look at the cop and the cop face is like, nah. And he opened the door and he says, oh, don't put that down now. Don't put that down now. Pick it up. And I'm like, oh, shoot. And Tim like, he said, pick it up. And Tim reached and he picked it up. And I'm like, oh, man. No. I had one too. But mine's was already, I think mine's was sitting on the car on the passenger side on the hood. I had one too. And because I used to like Heinekens when I used to drink. And I used to get one if I go into a bar or club because that's what I'm going to use to smash you over there. That's my weapon, just so y'all know. So I'll sip a Heine, right? And if I finish it, if I don't get another, because I never get drunk, I'll never get too tipsy. But even if it get empty, I'll still keep the bottle in my hand. That's my weapon, right? So I always do that. Or a Corona with lime, right? Those two. Either a Heine, no, let me stop. I ain't promoting no liquor. I ain't telling y'all to drink. I'm talking past stories. So now, yeah, Laria, she in the Bronx. Laria in the Bronx, so she know what I'm talking about. And this 2007 in Brooklyn. So he tell Tim, pick that glass back, put it back in your hand. So he pick it back up. So he walks over. It's two of them, the passenger one. He walks over. So he says, let me say the girl name was Shantae, Shauna, right? I forgot her name. He like, hi, Shauna. And she's like, hey, Don, or something. And I'm like, oh, crap. She know this cop. And I could tell from the look. He like, what you doing out here, girl? She said, nothing, I'm just out here with my friends. He said, where y'all from? I'm like, I said, I'm from Long Island. Oh, you out here from Long Island? I'm like, yeah. Oh, you think you gonna come out here and get one of our Brooklyn girls? I'm like, nah. I'm like, I'm originally from Brooklyn. I'm originally from Bed-Stuy. He like, oh yeah? I'm like, yeah, my family from here, from Brevoort on Bainbridge. He like, yeah? So he says, where you live now? I said, well, technically, I live in North Carolina. So what you doing here? I said, I'm just visiting, and I do real estate. And he was like, so Shauna, what you dating him? And I'm like, oh, crap. And she like, now you know doggone well that you ain't none of your business who I date. And he was like, well, I'm always watching you. I'm watching everything. And he like, you got license registration? And I was like, so no, he said, whose car is this? I said, it's my car. He said, you got license registration? I said, for what? Ain't nobody driving. Oh, you got a smart mouth. I said, no, I just know the law. I said, I'm not driving no car. I'm standing here on the sidewalk. Why do I need license and registration for? If you pull me over driving, you can ask me for my license and registration. He's like, oh, so I see you want this car impounded. Oh, you want to be locked up. I'm like, no, I do not want to be locked up. Then all of a sudden, woo, 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 4 more cop cars. I'm like, oh my goodness, here we go. What do we have here? And he like, oh, these boys from Long Island out here, They think they could come out here and drink Heinekens on our street and talk to our women. And she like, now you know you need to stop. You know you need to stop. So I'm like, oh, here we go. I'm like, I knew this girl was trouble, right? I'm like, this is trouble. I'm standing here on her Brooklyn street knowing doggone well somebody got to be sweating her. Just so be it's a cop. Oh, those the worst ones that you want to be going against, that they like a girl. Oh, they can wreak havoc in your life. That's why all respect and shout out and much love to all the good cops, but I don't play around with no police. Because if you get on the bad side of a cop, he can really wreak havoc in your life. So I don't advise nobody to be getting on no bad side of no police. That's why I used to, when I meet a girl, if her ex was a cop, I'd be like, I'm good. I'll pass. You are not about to have no cop on his bad side because, you his baby mama or something. I'd never mess with nobody who got cops with no baby mamas for police and stuff, because a lot of police be very dysfunctional from the trauma for their job and certain stuff. So shout out to the good cops. I ain't about to talk about cops. Shout out to the good cops. We need more good cops. All right, so those who do their job, protect and serve like they took the oath for. Facts. Shout out to good people, period. And no matter what industry or work you do, we need more good people in every industry and work. You heard? All right, so so he like, yeah, let me see some ID. So I'm like, okay. I pull out my ID, and then Tim, he like, let me see your ID. He pull out his ID, and he started running it for warrants. And but ain't no warrant gonna come back, cause he ain't know I'm going to trial. I know I'm clean, right? And I know Tim don't do nothing really. So he run it back. He like, y'all clean. He like, yeah. So he looks at me, right? And he look at her, and he gets in my face, and he gets in my face. He said, give me something to lock your ass up. He said, flinch. He said, make a move. He said, do anything. Just give me something to lock your ass up and take this car down. And I just sat there. And I'm like, I didn't say a word. And then he's like, yeah. He said, so he turned to her. He's like, this what you want? This what you want? Look, he ain't even man enough to say nothing. He can't even defend you. What are you going to do? He can't defend you from me. And I just sat there. And she like, man, why don't you just go ahead? Go ahead. You don't got no business messing with my friends. This is just my friends, and you over here harassing them. And then I'm just standing there. So he all in my face talking to her. Then he come back in my face, and I just stand there like this. So then so the white cops that pulled her, he's like, so what you gonna do? He said, write their ass tickets. Give them tickets for open containers and a public whatever. So they write tickets, and they give both of us tickets. So now I got like something on my a ticket, like it's not a charge, but I got interaction with the police again. Now I just beat the 15 of life, and now I got some type of interaction with the system, because I have to go and satisfy that ticket. I got to go and answer it, either pay a fine or whatever they're going to give me. It's like, I don't know what they call it. It's like a violation, I think they call it, for a public display of beer or whatever. I guess it could be a misdemeanor if it goes, so I don't know. But it's like, yeah, police interaction, Larry, y'all. So that ain't good. You know what I mean? So then he pissed. So they finally, they take our beer, they pour it out and all that. So they get in their car. So he rolled. So when they get in the car, they about to pull off. So he's like, yeah, I got the license plate to this black Mercedes. He said, oh, I'll see you again when you come back here. And I'm like, oh, man. In my head, I was like, that's what you think. I ain't about to come back here again. I'm like, Ain't no booty worth that. I'm like, that's what you think. I am not about to come back here again because you ain't about to plant something in my car. Facts. I ain't boo-boo the fool. So we get in the car and we go to this bar. She took us to this bar in Bed-Stuy. And we go to this bar or whatever. We go in the bar, me and Tim. That was a bad idea too. So the owner of the bar, his son, kept sweating her, and dudes is coming up. You know, they looking at me. I'm like, it is what it is. I'm like, I'm tripping, honestly. Now, honestly, guys, I'm supposed to be whatever I'm doing and back with Christy and Benito. Here I am in Brooklyn with big butt Betty, right? I'm running around with big butt Betty, getting into Brooklyn beef. Stupid stuff. And so we in there. We had a good time, but it was uncomfortable because the bar club owner's son kept trying to send in drinks, and I'm want to set it, but I really can't because he got his crew in there, and I'm screw facing. I'm acting like I got a ratchet, and Tim, and they probably thinking we got ratchet because real that take real. So my posture and my Yakov said stink booty Betty, but I don't know she stink booty yet. That's the thing, Yakov. Right now she big booty Betty, right? So they're not setting on me because I'm real that tech real. So I'm like, but it's mad uncomfortable. So I have to tell Tim, I tell her, yo, we need to go, right? So we're like, all right, let's go. So bang. So we leave out the joint, right? So now it's getting kind of late. So we've been in this probably like 10:30 at night. Now, and I've been gone for a while. I usually get home about 10 o'clock, right? I usually get home from whatever I was doing out while Christy was home at Joy's house with Benito and stuff in the room. I usually get back there about 10 o'clock. And then if I got to go back out to answer any more beeps or calls, not beeps, calls from my phone from customers, then me and Christy and Benito will go together. But I'm usually back about 10 o'clock all the time. Guys, it's 10 o'clock and I'm in Brooklyn. That's going to take about 40 minutes to get home. So we leave out the spot and she like, so where we going? I'm like, what do you mean, where we going? She like, I know you ain't taking me home. It's only 10 o'clock. So I'm like, uh-oh. Oh, because I was going to take her home. I wasn't trying to smash because I don't want to disrespect her because she seemed, she wasn't like a ratchet. She wasn't ratchet. She was mad calm. She talked calm. Her demeanor, she ain't loud. She wasn't boisterous. She was smart. She doing real estate. She talked mad respectful. So I wasn't trying to disrespect her like I'm just trying to smash. She was mad cool, calm. Like she wasn't ratchet at all. She didn't carry herself like that or nothing. She carried herself with respect, right? So she was like, it's early. It's only 10. So you taking me home? So I was like, well, I'm not trying to stay in Brooklyn. I said, if you want to come to the island with me? She's like, well, as long as I'm with you, you going to bring me home? I said, yeah, we'll bring you home. So she said, all right, come on. So we got in the car and we went to the island. So now I'm like, okay, what we going to do? So I'm like, all right, let's go. We went to Tim's house. So we went to Tim's house because Tim got a bar. And I realized she liked to drink because we was in the bar and she was throwing them back, right? So I'm like, okay, well, she a drinker. I don't really drink that much. I'll have one drink and hold it the whole time type of thing. So Tim drink. So her and Tim kicked it off. So Tim, we driving. Tim like, yo, I got a full bar at the thing. And she like, and I'm like, okay, well, honestly, I'm like, well, she get too tipsy. I'm smashing. I know. See, the spirits from liquor. Now, I don't know. I'm not Uncle Yahshuah, guys. This is 2007. So the spirit from the liquor, I'm like, oh, shoot. She taking 2 more hits. I'm definitely smashing, right? Because, liquor make you free. It make you You do some stuff you wake up wish you didn't do. Now, so we go back, we get to Tim's house. Tim got my equipment, turn up the music and everything. They drinking, they playing, she dancing and everything. So I'm like, all right, it's time. I look at the clock now, it's like 12 o'clock at night. So now I'm like, oh crap, it's getting late. Now, I'm thinking already, it's already 12 o'clock. If I take her back to Brooklyn, that'll be almost an hour. That's 1 o'clock. By the time I get back, it'd be 2 something in the morning if we leave right now. And I know Christy's probably asleep. So I'm at a crossroads. And guys, I want you to know, I really don't cheat. So I'm going to keep saying that because I don't want you to think I just do this all the time. I really don't cheat, and I shouldn't be trying to cheat on Christy. It's not okay. But I don't know, it's the circumstance. So I'm like, all right, I got to make a move because it's 12 o'clock. Either I'm going to smash or I need to take her back. So I'll tell her, come here. I took her out of the room we was in with Tim. I took her into the living room. So I was like, yo, what's good? You trying to stay with me or you trying to take me back? You want me to take you home? And she was like, what do you mean stay? I said, stay. You trying to stay with me? I'm going to get a room. We're just going to chill. She's like, oh, you want to... I'm like, nah, I'll take you home. You want me to take you home? She's like, nah, I'll chill. I'm like, that's what's up. Let go. So I went to Tim. I said, yo, Tim, we out. I said, this is what I'm going to do. I said, I'm taking her to the telly. I said, but I need you to... I'm coming back. I need you to drive me back to Brooklyn. We're going to drop her off. So I was like, give me a couple of hours. I said, if you go to sleep, I'm coming and I'm knocking on your door, Tim. So I'm going to wake you up. So I'm like, I'm going to leave this window open. So if you fall asleep, I'm climbing through this window and I'm coming in because you can't leave me. I can't drive to Brooklyn. He's like, no, I'm going to stay up. I'm going to be up. I'm like, all right, Tim. He said, no, I got you. I'm not about to let you drive out there and get locked up. The cops already, was about to lock us up. So I'm like, all right. So I come back. We get in the car. I'm like, all right, now I got to figure out what hotel to take her to. So I take her to some hotel. I can't remember where it's. I think it's in Oceanside or something. One of them cheap hotels, to be honest with you. So somewhere in Oceanside or something. One of them cheap joints. Not too nasty, but not no Marriott or nothing. So we get to the hotel. So by the time we get to the hotel, it's like 1 something in the morning. So I keep looking at the clock and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's getting later and later. So I'm like, now by the time, if I do this, if everything goes to pass, if I hurry up, smash her, get back in the car, drive back to Tim, go to Brooklyn, I'm still going to get home about 4 in the morning at this rate, right? But I know when I drop her off in Brooklyn, then I could call Christy and act like something happened. Here we go. I can tell a lie. Now, I know I'm painting a bad image of myself, but this ain't normally me, guys. I wasn't really a bad person like that. But sin compounds sin. Y'all hear me? That's why when a person tell a lie, then you got to lie on top of a lie, right? If you hide the truth, then you got to tell a lie to hide the truth. You got to do, like, sin compounds sin. It's compounded interest. That's why it's best not to sin, period, and kill it, nip it at the bud. Tell truth to power. Then you don't have to lie. That's why I love the freedom I have now, because I tell everything. I ain't got to lie about nothing. That's why I like, you want to know who I am? Watch Trust Testimony TV. You'll find out everything. Now, this ain't painting me in the best light. But again, I have to tell the truth. Okay? So, and I know this is painting me in a bad picture, but this is who I was, and I wasn't normally that person. I don't just do that like that. Because that's so wrong, that what I'm doing, and I got a girl that loves me. I just don't believe in that. So anyway, I I'm like, all right, let's go. So I found out what hotel we're going to go to. We go to the hotel. Now, again, from the other story, remember I told y'all my dumb butt played Russian roulette with my ding-a-ling. Remember? I don't use condoms. Stupid, 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 stupid. The Most High has been covering my stupid butt my whole life because I barely ever use condoms. Russian roulette. And praise the Most High, I ain't never caught a disease. That's his covering. Because remember guys, back then we had AIDS and stuff going on. I don't know what happened to AIDS. Is it still a thing or something? I don't know. But it was AIDS and stuff going on. HIV and stuff. Russian roulette. Peoples was strapping up back then. Dudes was strapping up. I ain't like condoms because I couldn't feel nothing. That's why. I guess if I was able to feel something through it, I would have been okay. So I played Russian roulette. Stupid. So I ain't got condom the first, right? Cause I ain't about to Larry said it came back last year. See, they ain't releasing it again. So I'm playing Russian roulette. So we get to the hotel room. We get to the thing where you pay for it. I go to pay. The dude behind the counter is looking like, oh my goodness. He looking at me like, woo wee. She turned around, walk away. He like, yo. I'm like, I know. Right? The white dude, he like, what in the world? I'm like, I know. He like, good luck. Like, whoa. So we turn, we walk. And she know what she got. She knows she like that. So we turn, we walk, we get in the hotel room. So we get in the room. So I think we stopped and got a little bit of food because we've been out and we need to eat. She been drinking. Got a little bit of food. So she get the food and stuff, everything. We eating, we talking. So I'm I'm watching my phone. So I'm like, okay, I got to get the business, right? So I got living that Wild West life. So I'm like, I got to get the business because it's getting later and later. Because by the time we ate the food and we talking and kicking it, it's now like 1:32 in the morning. I'm like, oh my goodness, right? So I'm like, okay, I need to get the business. So I'm like, all right. So she finished the food. So I'm like, all right. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to make it look like, I'm just trying to jump in. So I got to play it off. Sorry, guys. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay, let me just try to kick some little. So I kick little games. So I'm like, all right, so what you here for? I'm doing a little thing, so whatever. So I see she ready. So whatever. We go, I start filling up. I ain't about to be graphic and everything. So I usually don't kiss. So I'm not sure if I think I might have kissed her. Because I usually don't kiss. Because my mouth is sacred, and I don't play all. I don't know where your mouth been, and people be having all type of crazy stuff they do with their mouth, eating all type of nasty stuff. My mouth is sacred. I ain't putting my mouth everywhere. So I usually don't kiss everybody, right? I don't. So I'm not sure if I kissed her. I don't know. I don't think so, though. But her breath didn't stink or nothing, but I don't think I kissed her. But whatever. Whatever I did, I got it to the point where it's time to make this happen. So I'm doing the thing, so she's all in the most. We all getting worked up, the panting, the breathing, the pheromones, everything getting worked up. I'm like, all right, this is working, you know what I mean? And we everything. So she just as with it as up. She worked up, her liquor kicking in, and I'm like, all right, we about to have a good time, right? Now again, guys, this ain't cool because I got a girl that's at home. This is not okay. So we worked up and everything. So now she got on jeans. So now it's time to shout out Charles Coleman in the building. Charles, I'm about to let you hear you got to get a dope song tonight, Charles. I know you like my music. You're about to get a dope one tonight. I got 2 new ones I'm going to play y'all tonight that got talked about this story right, that I wrote them right here in this part. 2 new ones. Y'all about to get 2 brand new ones. Facts from Luch. Now, so I listen, Star. I didn't know Star was still here. So listen, Star. So I it's time. I go to take off the jeans, right? So we I go, take off the jeans. She lay back. You know how they lay back? Because y'all know y'all wear the tight jeans and you got to, you got to do especially when you got the big button hips. So she doing the wiggle and I'm wiggling and I pull her and I'm like, ooh, I take it off and the legs is just, and everything just is smooth. Ain't no stretch marks and all that, cottage cheese, nothing. Everything just is tight. So I'm like, oh my goodness. And then she gets up. So I take it off and she stand up. I'm like, oh man, it looked just, and she turn around because she knows she turn around and I'm like, wow, what is that? Like, my goodness, that's a crime. That ain't fair, right? That ain't fair. What in the world? How that thing is tight, ain't no lumps or nothing. Everything just perfect. So I'm like, what in the world? So I'm like, whoo. So, so I'm ready to take off mine. So she goes to take off, I'm like, all right. So she go to take off her top. So I'm like, come here. I go to her and I'm like, I'm gonna take the panties off, right? So I go to her and I'm, you doing the sexy thing. You know what I mean? It's the tension and the energy. Y'all know the sin we used to be in. For those who are married, you still supposed to be going through this with your wife, and husband. Keep your love life alive. You know what I mean? Keep it, keep the energy, that spontaneous energy. That's how you keep your marriage fresh and stuff, right? So I'm like, Yahshuah says it's really not of most high facts. So I go and I'm gonna take the panties down, right? So I go and I'm like, I'm taking the panties down. She's standing there looking over me, and I'm like, and she probably think I'm gonna put my mouth there, but she wrong. I ain't even put my mouth in your mouth, more or less down there. So I go like this, and I'm pulling it down, and I pull it down, and when and her thighs are really thick, so everything, they thick, so you gotta pull to get it out of the crotch part. So when I pull it to get out of the crotch part, that's when I got the first whiff. So I pulled it to get out of the crotch part, and whoa, whoa, I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, yeah. So I keep pulling it, I keep pulling down, So I'm like, okay. So then she lays back on, she got to lay back on the bed so I can get, she lay back on the bed so I can get her off her feet. So I get her off her feet, everything. So now she's standing there, she's naked. So I finished taking mine off, so I'm naked. So then, she come to me and so I grab her and I'm about to like pick her up, but she real heavy because she's really thick, right? So, but I'm strong. So I pick her up a little, and we like, just doing stuff just to make it interesting. And we go to the wall and everything. And I just keep smelling something. And I'm like, it got you, and I'm like, then I start coughing. And I'm like, damn, pardon me, guys. So I'm like, so we on the wall, and so everything, and she's breathing all on my neck, and so I got on the wall, and so now I got my little wee-wee in my hand, and I'm like, I'm about to take it. This is adult. We in 25 to life. So I'm about to take it, and I'm about to, rub it down there, the toy with it and get it up. And I take my hand on my wee-wee, and I go to put it, because we against the wall. She's against the wall, and I'm standing. So you know how you get in between. So I take my little wee-wee, and I go to rub it on her vajayjay. And when I do it, my hand. So when I do it, I rub it, and then I'm just like, and I'm like, so I'm like, okay. So I stop, and I go like this against the wall, right? She's against the wall, and then I lean, right? I'm doing the okie doke. I lean my hand against the wall, and then I lean on the side of her head to smell my hand. And I go, whoa! I like that thing like to knock me back to the bed. You think I'm lying? I was like, whoa, my goodness. I'm like, oh my goodness. I start choking. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, okay. And then I stand back and I look at her, right? And I look at her and I want to see, I'm looking at her like, I know you smell this, you know? So I'm like, I know she smelled this. But she's standing there like, She's standing there like ain't nothing going on. So I'm like, okay, that threw me mixed signals. So my receptors are crossed right now. Because I'm like, okay, she act like ain't nothing going on. But I'm like, I know she got to smell this. This is insane. So then I'm like, okay, you know what? I got to think this. I got to think this through. So I take her from the wall, right? And I'm like, okay, come on. I take her and I turn her to the bed. Because now I'm about to investigate. So I take her to the bed. I take her and I turn her and I lay her on the bed. And when I lay on the bed, I open her legs. Right? So I act like I'm about to, so first thing I do, I open the legs because now I want to look, right? I'm investigating now. I lay her down. She don't know what I'm doing. So I lay her down and I go and I'm like, okay. So I act like I'm, I act like I'm all in the moment. So then I go down there and I open it up and I try to look. I'm like, I want to see if I see green ooze coming out because this smell, I'm like, I don't know what. I ain't never smelled this. And I smelled the stinky coochie before. But this was next level. This was like dead coochie, like something inside was dead. This went past stinky coochie, right? Now I done had some stinky coochies before. I didn't, guys know. Sorry, sisters, because some sisters have conditions. They call it pH level and all. Some sisters got all different stuff. So, and then some sisters that have a time where they stuff is off balance and stinky coochie season or something. Because I didn't have stinky coochie before. Guys know what I'm talking about when you hitting it and you trying to hold your breath. I done did that before. You going like this, holding your breath. Yeah, I know most brothers done did that. For those who ain't, sorry, this is just testimony TV. There's real life stuff. All right, so, and then you got some sisters who got no smell at all, no matter what. You're blessed. And then the other sisters who get their pH balance under control and get yourself together and knowing when you're a little tart, just like guys, with your balls, you've been playing basketball all day, you sweaty down there, you get you some, clean yourself, wipe yourself, use wipes when you use the bathroom, when you do number 2, baby wipes. Facts, I'm the baby wipe king. Keep a pack of baby wipes right by my toilet. You heard? Unless you're going to get in there and wash your butt with soap and water every time you finish, use them baby wipes, clean your booty. You want no leftover cake crumbles in your drawers and streaks in your drawers. And when you pull down your underwear, nothing should stink. Not your balls, not your coochie, and not your booty. You hear? Clean yourself. Yes, love it. And then daughters, they have to be extra careful because y'all have a vagina, so y'all have all type of bacteria and all type of juices. And men, we exterior. So we just got balls. Y'all got no excuse, man. You wash, get to wash and use wipes, alcohol too if you got to. Don't watch your pee hole with the alcohol. But you can take some good alcohol in a rag and wipe. Alcohol kills bacteria. You hear me? It won't burn you. Clean yourself. You ain't got nothing else. Clean yourself, and then wash your butt too. Y'all know I'm talking about the worst thing in the world. That's another thing. You for people that used to mess with girls, you go around and you try to do a position, all you smell dookie. You smell dookie. That's a funny word. But I'm just being real life stuff. Now you're supposed to be with your husbands and wives, but I'm just saying, even with your husband and wife, sometimes you have to train people. Some people didn't have parents. Some people didn't know, right? I had an ex before who really didn't know how to clean herself well, and I had to teach her. Mama, you got to wipe your booty. See these wipes? I keep these wipes. We're going to keep wipes. We keep wipes. You wipe your booty. You do this. You got to clean. You need to clean that for JJ. We need to, my joint clean. All right? Now, just real facts. So, I lay her down on Abriya says stanky booty juice is the worst. I lay her down, right? Because I need to investigate, right? So, I'm trying to look. I don't see nothing. Everything look good. So, I'm like, oh, man, this thing is bad. So, I get on top of her, so now I need to do a full sniff test, right? I need a full sniff test. Now, my stupid butt, I should have said no right from then, right? Because it stinks. So, but again, the beauty of a woman, she looks so good. This getting in trouble all the time. She looks so good that I'm willing to, I got to invest. It should be no investigations. I should literally be out of there, right? Now, so she lay down, so I get on top of her and I'm doing stuff and I take my hand and I do a whole full open. I go and I slide it and I open it up and I whoosh. And oh my, when I open that thing up, bats and pterodactyls might as well came flying out of that thing. It might as well, the whole jungle might as well, dinosaurs might as well just came out of that thing. Oh my. It's like I opened up the portal of hell. You think I am not playing. I am not lying or playing or anything. That thing said, I opened that thing up and it might as well said, poof, smoke might as well just came out. That thing, I said, so I opened it up and I just immediately just from up here, I'm up top with her face. And I'm like, ooh. And so I pull my hand, I'm like, I said, whoa. So I was like, so I'm like, so I stood up and I'm like, so I'm like, so I'm like, she's like, you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. Now listen to this, Yadon. I know you like, this is how stupid men can be. I swear. Men, guys, men, sisters, that's why you gotta be careful with your husband. Be very careful. Sisters can be bad too, but men, when it comes to the booty and sex, men can be the most stupidest dudes in the world. And I was smart. I'm not that average dude. Listen to this, Yadon. You won't be proud of your but I wasn't on. This 2007. You ain't gonna be proud of this. Yadon said, pimp in distress. Pimp down, right? Pimp down. Facts. I should be like pimp in distress. So listen, guys. So I'm like, she's like, you okay? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. She said, okay, so I go in the bathroom and I'm like, I can't even put the hand in it. So I'm spraying water, I'm just trying to get soap, and I'm like, and the soap won't even wash it off, right? I'm like, ooh. I'm like, oh my goodness. So now I take my little wee-wee, because I remember I rubbed the tip of my wee-wee down. I take my wee-wee and I touch it. I'm like, ooh. And so I take my wee-wee, I put it in the sink, and I'm soap. I'm washing my wee-wee. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm washing. Now, I should have been pimped down, under stress. I should have been like, I'm out. Let's get your clothes on. Guess what I did? I come out there. So she looking. Now, she's sitting up on the bed. She done put two and two together. One thing I want to tell everyone. It's not across the board. First of all, you guys are supposed to be married, be marrying someone. But I know we're in the 25 life space, so we're in people who are still in the world. A beautiful, when a girl is like the most beautiful woman in the world, have the perfect attributes, why is she single? That should be your first question. I need to take time. Why are you? It got to be a reason, because every man that you see is falling over to be with you. Oh, it's a reason why you're single. I don't know if it's your attitude. I don't know if it's, I don't know what it is, but you need to be trying to find that out. So I'm like, okay, this probably why you single, because I know it. So now listen, guys. Now listen to this one, though. So I come out. She's sitting on the bed. She got that look on her face. Now, I do feel sorry for her a little bit, too, because she's a nice girl. So I don't want to get that twisted. She's not mean. She was a really nice girl. Smart and all that. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what dead thing is in her body. I don't know what that is. But she's a nice girl. So I could tell she got the look of kind of hurt. So I come out. She's like, is everything okay? So I was like, now the room is stinking because I went in the bathroom and I cleaned, like I got soap and everything. So when I open the door back out at the bathroom, all I smell is stink in the room. That room stink to all hell. So I was like, yeah, I'm okay. So she's like, so what we gonna do? So I said, all right, this is what we gonna do. I said, you stay here. I need to go get some condoms. I know you're dying. I'm sorry, young king. I know you probably like, Unc. I wasn't Unc then. I'm the looks, the beauty will have men do his. Y'all know I said Unc went and put on his scuba gear. He said, LOL, very resilient. Yeah, that resiliency got me in all this mess. So I'm like, Jody said hospital. So I'm like, my foolish buddy, your God said Unc came back with condoms in a hazmat suit. That's the men, our wee would get us in the worst trouble in the world. From the looks, the beauty of a woman will have men. It caused David in the Bible to kill his trusted soldier for his wife. You hear me? Kill him for the beauty of a woman. That's why you have to master. So listen, guys. Now, she says, I said, yeah. I said, I use condoms. Now I'm lying. So I'm like, I use condoms. She's like, oh, I understand that. I said, all right, so I don't want you just stay here. I'm going to run to, because, they usually sell condoms in the hotel. They got the little, what they think, the thing that you get potato chips at. They got a condom machine. I don't know if they still have this nowadays. This back in 2007, they have condom machines where you put money in, you click, and it comes out like you buy potato chips out of vending machine. They have condom vending machine, and they sell the most no frills condoms you ever can imagine. Now this is another funny part. And those condoms that you get back then out of the vending machines, they be like this big. You can't even get them over your wee-wee unless you got a really small wee-wee. And people know who I'm talking about. Them things will choke the mess out your wee-wee. Your wee-wee looking like a sausage, like someone got it in a headlock. Like, that's the funniest thing in the world. So they said, he said deep sea fishing. Jody said star sea diving. Oh, Star the Gift said something. He said, you about to go deep diving. So anyway, so now she says, okay. So I'm like, don't put your clothes on. Just stay right there. I'll be right back. So I go out. Now listen, so when I get out the door, I look at the clock. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning now. Now I'm thinking, oh man, I got to hurry up. Because I got to get the condom, come back, smash her, get up. I'm going to have to wash once I finish smashing because I don't know, all hell going to be on that condom. When I stick that condom in there, oh my, and that smell mixed with the plastic from the condom, oh, that's a whole nother nightmare. So I'm like, from the latex, the rubber of the condom. So I'm like, okay. And then I need to drive to Uniondale. I'm in Oceanside, get Tim, wake him up, drive her back to Brooklyn. And it's going to be 7 o'clock in the morning by the time. Guys, I'm still boo-boo the fool. So I'm like, okay. So I go out the door. I'm like, okay. So I run down to the front office. So I'm like, I get to the front dude. He looking like, that's the dude with the big butt girl. And I'm like, bro, where's the condoms? He like, oh, the machine. So I go look, I go run. I get there, I get to the machine. He like, oh, bro, it's out of order. I'm like, oh, I'm like, crap. So I'm like, so there's no more machines? He said, no, that's the only machine. I'm like, oh man, I need a condom. He like, well, they got a 7-Eleven. It's up, way up the street, such and such. You go up, you make a right, you make a left, you go to. So I'm like, okay. So I go run, I jump in the bins, I pull off. Now I'm trying to rush because I still got the drop of all this. So I drive all the way to the 7-Eleven. I get there. I'm like, bro, you got condoms. I'm breathing on hard. I'm running. He like, dad, bro, what you, bro? Like somebody chasing you? I was like, no, I gotta hurry up. He like, all right. I'm like, yo, give me some, you got magnums? He like, yeah. I'm like, all right. So he give me a magnum. I ain't saying that for no reason. I ain't saying that to be trying to whatever. That's just, those joints are comfortable. All right. So I get them. I come back. I run. I get in the car. I fly. I'm flying. I get back to the hotel room. I park the car. I get back. Now it's probably like 3:30 in the morning. I get in there. I go in. She's in the bed. She's watching TV. I get in there. It stink like all out heaven. Now I done went outside. Right? I done been in the fresh air. I open that door. I'm like, I'm like, yo, I start coughing and heaving, and I'm like you could. It's practically smoke. Go. I'm like, right? I'm like, and she's like, you okay? I'm like, yeah, right. So it burning my eyes. I could barely see. I'm like, okay, you still got your clothes? She said, yeah. So I go to her and I pull the cover off, and her body, I'm like, woo wee. Now her body look good, but I go, I'm like, okay. So I'm coughing. I'm like, I'm wiping my eyes watering. I pull my pants down. And I'm like, right? And I take the condom out, and I open the condom, and she's sitting there, and I'm looking at her. I'm choking. I look at her, and my little wee-wee, he look at me. He like, you think you must be boo-boo the fool if you think I'm about to stand up for that. He like, you tripping. So I'm taking the gun. I'm like, get up, dude. So I'm looking at him like, so he half want to get up because my eyes looking at what the vision I see. He half rising up, and then the smell, I choke. And then he go back, and I'm like, and I'm trying to put it on, and you can't really put a condom on a semi, right? So I'm sorry for the graphic, but I'm trying, and she looking, and I'm looking at her, and I'm trying. So I finally get it to go on kind of semi, but it's half, and I'm standing there, and I'm choking, and my eyes is watering, and I'm like, bro, you tripping. I'm like, bro, you are tripping. And I said, I'm sorry, mama. I'm like, put your clothes on. She's like, huh? I'm like, I gotta take you home. It's like almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, I gotta take you to Brook. We gotta go back to Union. She's like, are you sure? I'm like, yes, please, put your clothes on. So I took that little condom, I threw it down, I pulled my pants up, I'm choking everything. I'm like, okay, put your clothes on. She put her clothes on. I'm like, okay, come on, you got everything. I'm grabbing everything. I'm like, we got to go. Now it's 4-something, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, all right, come on, let's go. I'm like, we walk out the door, fresh air. I'm choking, sweating, eyes water. I probably got a rash all over from the smell. We get in the car. I'm speeding through Oceanside. I'm speeding. I get all the way to Uniondale. Now it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I think it's winter, it's something where it's starting to get light a little bit. And I'm like, so I get to Uniondale. I know Tim knocked out. He talking about Mia Max said, your penis saved you both. Facts. Finally, I snapped back to reality, Mia. So I'm like, finally, So I'm like, I get to Tim. He knocked out. I'm knocking at the door. So I go to the window. He left it open. I got to climb through. I open up the window. I got to fall through the window. He got stuff. I know his mom and them. He live in his mom's house, but he got like the downstairs. I'm like, his mom's he got a really nice house in Uniondale. They got money. So I'm like, his mom been to call the police. I'm falling down stuff, knocking over. I get up, Tim. I wake him up. He like, bro. I'm like, come on, let's go. So he like, okay. I rush him. He got on his clothes. Now we get in the car. Now we got to drive from Uniondale to Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, right? So on the highway, now a good thing is like 5 o'clock in the morning, so you could fly. So that'll take like 15 minutes from when you get on the Southern State to get on the belt. But once you get off on the belt, you got to get off on Atlantic and drive down Atlantic Avenue and drive all the way down to go down to Bed-Stuy, right? So it's like, that's going to take about a half an hour or more, So I'm like, I'm driving, Tim driving, and I'm like, I'm looking at the clock, and I'm like, and then all of a sudden, Christy hitting me. I look at the phone, and Christy been hitting me. She been hitting me. I'm like, oh, she's awake. She been awake, and I'm like, oh, I can't answer her in the car because she gonna want to talk on the phone, and Shorty don't know I got a girl, And I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm got to ignore Christy. She's blowing my phone up like crazy. And I'm like, I know she's worried because now it's like 5 o'clock in the morning and she don't know she know I went out to hustle. So she don't know if what's the name? If I got locked up again or something. So I know she's probably worried to death. You know, I know Benito then woke up. She probably feeding him his bottles and stuff and all that. And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, Lau y'all said the smell is all over you. The smell of death, right? So your dad said, brother look like he been sniffing onions. And I look half sick, right? Because I've been coughing and heaving and everything. So I'm driving, so we get, and now when Tim get into Brooklyn, he got to slow down, right? We got to do the speed limit because Brooklyn cops, I'm like, the last thing we need is for one of these cops to pull us over. Now we stuck on the side of the road and being questioned, you know what I mean? So we finally get her into Brooklyn. Shout out to Corey Wilson. We get her in, we get her back to a brownstone, you know? She get out. Now I don't want to make her feel bad because she's a nice girl. Remember, she's a nice girl. So she you know, she feeling hurt, right? So when we in the car, me and her, okay, so when Tim be chauffeur, he get in the front, me and her in the back of the Benz. So I'm still trying to talk to her, you know, and talk about real estate and like I'm trying to not let her feel bad, right? Because I know she feels bad. So when we get to a brownstone, she gets out and I'm like, you know what? I can't do that. Let me get out. So I got out and we get out, I say, hey, come here. She's like, I'm saying, yeah, I'm sorry. I said, I just got business to take care of and it got really late and I couldn't really find condoms. That took too long. So I was like, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm still gonna hit you up. Now in my head, I wasn't, to be honest with you. Now this is how I am. This is how my heart posture was. And I'm still I was always a good person even when I was doing sin. I wasn't going to just ghost her and never say anything because she was a good person. So I was going to continue to talk to her, but I wasn't going to try to date her or smash. But I would befriend her so she won't feel like, you know, because be honest with you, she didn't deserve that because she didn't do nothing wrong. She just stink like all out. I don't know what that is, right? I didn't know what, you know, I really didn't know. So I really wasn't gonna just dead her and ghost her like that, right? So I told her, I said, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure. I said, matter of fact, I'm gonna wait and make sure you get in your house safely, and then I'll pull off. So when you get in, go to your window and let me know you in safely, all right? I said, I'm gonna stay right here until she said, you sure? I'm like, yes. And I said, I'll hit you tomorrow. She said, all right. And so she went up and she said, all right, bye. I'm like, bye. And she went in and she and then later, I waited, and then she waved from the thing that she's in, and we got in the car. So when I got in the passenger side with Tim was like, yo, you bagged that, she bad. I said, no, I didn't. You know, what you mean? I'm like, bro, I didn't hit that thing. I'm like, you want to know? I did. So I did like this. I said, look. And he said, what is that? I said, that's after I done washed it 10 times. He said, damn. I said, look. He said, whoa, what is damn. I'm like, yeah, that's after I done washed it 10 times. So I said, he said, bro, I smelled something in the car, but I ain't want to be disrespectful. I ain't know what it was. I smelled something in the car. I'm like, yo, it's probably all over my clothes. So he said, what I'm going to do? He said, bro, it's all over your clothes, bro. It stinks. He said, you ain't see I cracked the window. He had cracked the window while we was riding because we had the AC on. He had cracked the window. He said, you ain't see I cracked the window. So he said, when we get to my house, bro, I'm going to give you mad cologne, bro. He said, that stuff stinks, bro. It's all over you. He said, you better not go home to Christy like that. I said, thank you. So I went to Uniondale. Now we left Brooklyn. We get to Uniondale. Now I got to go in Tim's house, and he got to spray me down. So he's spraying me down. He sprayed my clothes so much they wet, like just wet. Spray me down. I washed my hands a couple of times. I washed my hands with cologne, like washing it, do cologne, washing it, do cologne. I'm washing everything. By the time I leave Tim's house, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun is out. People going to work. And I'm leaving Tim's house in Uniondale, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I am in trouble. I know, Laviya said that cop was sitting out there, right? Yadai said one of them CPAP machines. Sayad said dumpster juice. Oh, I can only imagine what y'all write. So I now I'm driving and I get to Hempstead. It's almost 8 o'clock. Like it's like 7:30, 8 o'clock. People leaving for work. So when I pull in, the lady, because I'm in the little brownstone type of building by the old dairy barn where Joy used to stay. It's like a little brownstone building on the corner. And so you have a couple of houses in there. It's like a little small brownstone. And the people is coming out to go to work. And I'm like, so I'm sitting in the driveway. I'm like, oh my goodness, what am I going to say? Right? I'm like, what am I going to say? So I'm like, now I need to come up with a lie. Now, Sim, your dad said, my pops always told us never mix cologne with booty or mercy. You just make it worse. Yeah, and then you smell like a whole bunch of cologne stuff. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, so now guys, I got a lie on top of the deceit. Star said, I feel bad like I set you up. It was the darkness. It ain't you, Star. We all held accountable for our own actions. I ain't have to kick it to her. You know what I mean? You just took me with you. I could have been like, I got a girl. I ain't kicking it. That was my responsibility. So I take accountability for my action. So then so now I'm sitting in the car and I'm like, crap, now I got to think of a lie. So I went in and Joy was up. So Joy, who rented us the place, Joy was a crackhead. She was doing crack, but she functioning. So she got a job and so Joy up in the living room and I walk in and Joy, older woman. So when I walk in, Joy sitting there looking at me. You know how your parents wait up for you when you come home late and you trying to sneak in the house and they sitting in the living room? That's how I felt. I opened the door and Joy sitting there looking at me. I'm like, Joy, do not. She like, and I'm like, she like, I'm like, Joy. She like, I'm like, so I'm like, so I walk in the room, I open the door. Benito all up. He come running across the bed. And I grab Benito and she looking, she like, and she's like, she starts crying because she's thinking something happened to me. She's crying because she's happy to see me because she thought I was locked up or something. That made me feel 1,000,000 times worse. Guilt is a dark Sabbath. Guilt causes some people to commit suicide and stuff. Guilt can be, you have to control guilt and understand, take authority over guilt and don't let it destroy you. Because guilt will eat you alive. It will literally eat you alive. When she started crying and she hugged me, I felt like ish. I felt like the biggest piece of, and I'm like, and now I gotta lie to her. So she's crying like, you okay? You okay? Thank you. I'm like, no, I'm okay. What happened? Then I'm like, man, you won't believe it. Well, me and Tim, we was out and I was hustling. It was getting late. And then we went out to Queens and I had to make a sale because I had a customer in Queens. And then we got pulled over by this Queens cop, and this Queens cop was jealous because of my car. And they took me in and they locked me up and they did all this stuff. And I had to spend time in central booking and I had to do this and that. And they gave me a ticket. I actually have a ticket. She ain't going to read it to see it's Brooklyn. She ain't going to look and all that. So I'm like, I said, I actually got through with it, but they gave me a ticket because Tim had beer and he had a beer and they charged me because it's my car and this and that. And I got a ticket and I made up this whole lie. And that make you feel worse. Now, I'm not Uncle Yahshuah then, guys. So don't hold me to the same accord. But even when I was in the world, I still had a conscience. And I still felt guilty. And I still believe in do as the others as you want done unto yourself. it wasn't. This wasn't okay. I felt really bad. I wiped her tears and everything. She was so happy, you know. And she said it again. Sean, could we just go home? Let's just go. Look, you almost got arrested again. Let's just go home. Can we just go to North Carolina now? And again, what do I say? Not yet. We just got a little more money to make. I felt horrible. I don't like to harm people. I honestly don't like to do that to people. There are some people who are okay with doing it, but I wasn't one of those. The life, it's not the things that we go through in our childhood and our life. Sorry. The things that we go through in our childhood and our life, it places us in situations and predicaments that we act out from the environment and the trauma and the lack of covering, right? Having a dad or a mom or someone to tell you certain things so you to keep your moral compass. That's why I do a lot of ministering to people around the world. Corey Wilson said, R.I.P. to Tim. The last time I saw you was with Tim's aunt's house. Wow. So Christy wanted me to leave again, and I didn't leave, and I felt bad. Now later, when she finds the phone, she get my property. Now guys, remember, that was before the 25 to life. This was I just beat the 15 to life in Supreme Court. Now I'm making the 25,000 to try to leave. She been wanting me to leave. Right before that, this event, I made an album. This is when Unique produced a lot of the songs on these album, Daddy You. This is when, before I beat the 15 to life, I used to be in that room with Joy, and I made this album. And then after that is when I made the album with Star Crimes. But I made this album with Unique. That was the one where I said my cousin Dow just got out of jail, and me and Little E is going to ATL. That song, had money, had cars, had the Escalade truck and mail. And when I said I had the money, and I said I almost lost my life, almost lost it all. The house, the cars, almost lost it all. Let them take your word, but not let them take your bank, but not your word. So I was telling the story how I was stressed getting the 15 to life. This is when I was going to trial, and I didn't think I was going to beat it. So I thought that I was losing my life. So I made an album in that dark space. I made an album when I was in the space that if I blow this trial, they're going to give me 55 years to life in prison. And I think I'm not going to beat this. So I'm the walking dead. I'm literally walking dead. So I'm functioning with people around me. Q-Dog, I was seeing Q-Dog too. He didn't know. They didn't know. So I would see Q-Dog, and Q would be like, yo, what up? And I'd be, what up, and do whatever. And he'd go on, and he don't know when I pull off. I'm like in a sunken place of death angel is over me because my life is gone. I'm going to be taken from Benito, Christie, everywhere, 55 years. Because I'm not going to beat this in Supreme Court. That's what I think. So my reality is I'm a walking corpse. So I made an album. And this is one of the songs. It's called Poor Little Ghetto, Poor Little Child. I'm going to play it because I don't want to interrupt it. The funny thing was, when I just prepared it to play tonight, I forgot that I did the first verse, but I didn't get a chance to do the second verse. Because before I could do the second verse, I was locked up again for 25 to life. This is the time I made this before I was going to, at that time when I was going to see that girl in Brooklyn. Because I remember I used to play these songs to Tim in the car. And it's right before me and Star Crime started doing our albums. And this song, Poor Little Ghetto, Poor Little Child, was my reality. So when Unique played me the beat, he like, yo, Ra, I got a beat for you. And I heard the beat. And I'm taking that home. And I took it home. And I remember just writing, poor little ghetto, poor little child. This was my reality. After I play it, then I'll explain some of what I was talking about. Here we go.
I got my coke, I got my dope, I got to grow my money. I got no hope, I got to go, I got the police on me. I only know I got to blow, I want it for my honey. I counts my dough, I pass my dope, I got no hope, I'm hungry. Ho, little ghetto, ho, little child. The war never settled, that's why the war never dies. Dreams of deceased, death of a smile. Cry of the innocent stepson on trial. Mercy on the father, who bred like a wolf. Flag like a ref, red like a bull. Death be the motto when you bled in the hood. Poverty's a problem and instead got it good. Ain't no jobs, ain't no moms, ain't no dads, so it ain't no society. Tussle where we breathe, hustle till we die. Muscles what we need in case we scuffle back inside. Willie Lynch syndrome, revolving door. Buses to the prisons, problems of the poor. 2008, Bush headed out. Hillary could forget it, they putting her ass out. Stupid ass world, women is the answer. Suburbs has a sore, ghetto has a cancer. 9-1's criming, 2-5 zooing. Everybody starving in the hood near you. That's why I got my coke, I got my dope, I got to grow my money. I got no hope, I got to go, I got the police on me. I only know I got to blow, I want it for my honey. I count my dough, I pass my dope, I got no hope, I'm hungry.
See, the second verse, I never got a chance to even complete it. So, I'm gonna explain some of the lyrics. I said,
I got my coke, I got my dope, I got to grow my money. I got no hope, I got to go, I got the police on me.
See, I got my coke, I got my dope, I gotta grow my money. I got no hope. And very important words. I got no hope. I got to go. I got the police on me. And now it won't play.
Only know I got to blow, I want it for my honey.
I only know I want to blow. I want to be successful. I want it for my honey. Like the men, we want to provide for our family, right? We want a good house, a good job, a nice car, provide for our honey. I want it. I need to do it for my honey.
I counts my dough, I pass my dope, I got no hope, I'm hungry. Ho.
See, I counts my dough, my money. I pack up my dope. I got no hope. I'm hungry. See? And then I started off with poor little ghetto, poor little child. Listen.
Little ghetto, poor little child. The war never settled, that's why the war never dies.
Poor little ghetto, poor little child. The war never settles, that's why the war never dies.
Dreams of deceased, death of a smile, cry of the innocent stepson on trial.
Dreams of the deceased, death of a smile, cry of the poor little stepson on trial. Something. I was writing this from so much pain. So much pain.
Never dies, dreams of deceased, death of a smile, cry of the innocent stepson on trial. Mercy on the father who bred like a wolf, flag like a ref, red like a bull.
I said, have mercy on the father. He's bred like a wolf. He was bred in the projects, in the streets, to survive. Mercy on the father, bred like a wolf. He flagged like a ref. Flag like referees, flag like a ref, red like a bull. Because my hood is blood, and E and Reynolds is blood. Everybody around me is blood, and they flag. They hang their flag. See? Mercy on the father. He bred like a wolf. Flag like a referee, like a ref throw a flag in a game. Red like a bull. I'm just talking the trauma of my reality. It's like really not okay. I'm just thankful the Most High gave me the gift to express it through music.
The war never dies, dreams of deceased, death of a smile, cry of the innocent stepson on trial. Mercy on the father who bred like a wolf, flag like a ref, red like a bull. Death be the motto when you bled in the hood. Poverty's a problem and instead got it good.
Death be the motto when you bred in the hood. Poverty is a struggle and himstead got it good. We got poverty real good in Hempstead. This is my story. Like, I didn't ask for all this thing in my life to happen to me. I didn't ask for it. I was born into a dysfunctional, cursed land, place. And I was bred like a wolf to survive. And now, at this writing of this song, my life is taken. They're going to give me 55 years of life and I'm a good person. I would help anybody. I got my little baby Benito. And my life is over. Let me finish the verse.
Little child, the war never settled, that's why the war never dies. Dreams of deceased, death of a smile, cry of the innocent stepson on trial. Mercy on the father who bred like a wolf, flag like a ref, red like a bull. Death be the motto when you bled in the hood. Poverty's a problem and instead got it good. Ain't no jobs, ain't no moms, ain't no dads, so it ain't no society.
Woo! Ain't no jobs, ain't no, what I say? That part. Hold on.
Father who bred like a wolf, flag like a ref, red like a bull. Death be the motto when you bled in the hood. Poverty's a problem and instead got it good. Ain't no jobs, ain't no moms.
Ain't no jobs, ain't no moms, ain't no dads, so it ain't no society. I didn't have a mother or a dad. They took away it takes a village to raise a child. They took away the village. They broke the family house up. The moms is running around doing hard. The mom's on crack. The dad is gone or the dad's alcoholic on crack, ain't no moms, ain't no dads, ain't no jobs, so it ain't no society. However, I said that. Let me finish.
Of the innocent stepson on trial. Mercy on the father who bred like a wolf, flag like a ref, red like a bull. Death be the motto when you bled in the hood. Poverty's a problem and instead got it good. Ain't no jobs, ain't no moms, ain't no dads, so it ain't no society. Tussle where we breathe, hustle till we die. Muscle's what we need in case we scuffle back inside.
Hustle till we breathe, scuffle till we die. Muscles is what we need in case we scuffle back inside. Know what that means? Muscles what we need in case we end up going back to jail. Muscles what we need in case we scuffle back inside those walls. See, this is the reality of the poor little stepson on trial. These are all metaphors of a reality of a broken people, of a broken, and ain't just poverty, poor people.
It ain't no society. Tussle where we breathe, hustle till we die. Muscle's what we need in case.
Tussle where we breathe, where we live, it's a struggle. Tussle where we breathe. In our neighborhoods, we always fighting one another. Tussle where we breathe, hustle till we die. Muscles what we need in case we scuffle back inside those walls.
Ain't no jobs, ain't no moms, ain't no dads, so it ain't no society. Tussle where we breathe, hustle till we die. Muscles what we need in case we scuffle back inside. Willie Lynch syndrome, revolving door. Buses to the prisons, problems of the poor.
Yeah, I heard that. Willie Lynch syndrome. Problems of the poor. Oh, I gotta get that right. Y'all know what Willie Lynch is. For those who don't, Google it. Willie Lynch syndrome. Let me put that back.
Society, tussle where we breathe, hustle till we die. Muscles what we need in case we scuffle back inside. Willie Lynch syndrome, revolving door. Buses to the prisons, problems of the poor. 2008.
Willie Lynch syndrome, revolving door. Buses to the prisons, problems of the poor. 2008, Bush headed out. Hillary could forget it. They putting her ass out. See, this was 2007. I was talking about that was the climate. George Bush was headed out, and Hillary was trying to get in. I said 2008, Bush is headed out. Hillary could forget it. They putting her ass out. Okay? Pardon my language.
Breathe, hustle till we die. Muscles what we need in case we scuffle back inside. Willie Lynch syndrome, revolving door. Buses to the prisons, problems of the poor. 2008, Bush headed out. Hillary could forget it, they putting her ass out. Stupid ass world, women is the answer. Suburbs has a sore, ghetto has a cancer.
Stupid ASS world, women is the answer. Oh, that bar right there. Stupid ass world, pardon my language. That's how I felt, guys. I am losing my life, and I didn't even ask for this hand to be dealt to me. I ain't asked for this. I'm actually a good kid. I'm actually a good person. I actually help the poor, to meet the will. I do it. I was doing it all then. I'm feeding the hungry. Stupid ass world. Women is the answer. Ooh, that part. I said the world is stupid because women are the answer. If the women get it right, then you take the woman, you destroy the woman, you destroy the family. You hear me? You conquer the woman, you conquer the nation. You hear me? Any kingdom know that you go after the woman. Hasatan know that the devil himself, the snake at the beginning, he ain't go after Adam, he went after Eve. Y'all heard? Stupid ass world. Women are the answer. Women are the answer. Listen.
2008, Bush headed out. Hillary could forget it. They putting her ass out. Stupid ass world. Women is the answer. Suburbs has a sore. Ghetto has a cancer. 9-1's crime.
Stupid ass world. Women are the end. Women are the end. Women is the answer. Ghettos have a sore. So, I think I said suburbs have a sore. Something like ghettos has a cancer. Something like that. Ghettos has a sore. Suburbs have a cancer. Something. A sore. See? In the ghetto, it's a cancer. I said 9-1's criming, 2-5 zooing. So 919 is Raleigh in North Carolina area code, and 252 is Henderson area code. Y'all know about them places now. That's where my club was. 9-1's criming, 2-5 zooing. Every ghettos, everybody's ghetto in the hood near you. Something I said. Let me see the last line.
Has a sore, ghetto has a cancer. 9-1's criming, 2-5 zooing. Everybody stopping in the hood near you. That's why
9-1's criming, 2-5 zooing, 252. That's the area code. 2-5 zooing. Everybody starving in the hood near you, and that's why I got my dope, I got my coke, I got to blow my money. Woo! You heard? You heard? Speaking the pain of my life in the booth. I speak the pain of my life for the truth from the booth. The cane bought this ice, this coupe with no roof. I just did a bid, my Cody was a snitch. Welcome home, Lucci. That was me and Star Crime song. All I do is talk my reality. So I said 9-1's criming, 2-5 zooing, everybody starving in the hood near you, and that's why I got my coke, I got my dope, I got to grow my money. I got no hope, I got to blow, I'm doing it for my honey. That's my reality. All praises to the Most High for a second chance at life. A second chance to get it right. This 25 to Life page is no joke. This is a testimony of the life that I was living, and you can hear it in my song. I wasn't okay with it. I didn't like selling no doggone drugs. It's genocide.
die
I'm going to play it one more time from beginning.
like a wolf.
Here we go. Shout out to Daddy U for the trap. And I didn't even get a chance to do the second verse because I ended up going back for 25 to Life. Wow. When I found this and played it, I thought I was waiting for the second verse. I'm like, I forgot I never even got a chance to do the second verse. Here we go. Poor Little Ghetto. Poor Little Child is the name of this song. And these albums will be coming out with the book, with the completion of the book, and also they're going to be coming out in segments, so y'all have access to this is the soundtrack to the testimony of my life. The Most High allowed me to create a soundtrack back then. You see the dates on these. Here we go.
I got my coke, I got my dope, I got to grow my money. I got no hope, I got to go, I got the police on me. I only know I got to go, I want it for my honey. I counts my dough, I pass my dope, I got no hope, I'm hungry. Ho, little ghetto, ho, little child. The war never settled, that's why the war never dies. Dreams of deceased, death of a smile. Cry of the innocent stepson on trial. Mercy on the father who bred like a wolf, flag like a ref, red like a bull. Death be the motto when you bled in the hood. Poverty's a problem and instead got it good. Ain't no jobs, ain't no moms, ain't no dads, so it ain't no society. Tussle where we breathe, hustle till we die. Muscles what we need in case we scuffle back inside. Willie Lynch syndrome, revolving door. Buses to the prisons, problems of the poor. 2008, Bush headed out. Hillary could forget it, they putting her ass out. Stupid ass world, women is the answer. Suburbs has a sore, ghetto has a cancer. 9-1's criming, 2-5 zooing. Everybody stopping in the hood near you. And that's why I got my coke, I got my dope, I got to grow my money. I got no hope, I got to go, I got the police on me. I only know I got to blow, I want it for my honey. I count my dough, I pass my dope, I got no hope, I'm hungry.
Poor little ghetto. Poor little child. I never got a chance to do the second verse. I'm thankful that the Most High allowed me to save those songs, to have the so you guys are literally hearing me in 2007. Let me explain something to y'all. The miracle of time. This is time travel that y'all don't even realize. By the Most High blessing me, and no one in the world, these songs never went out, ever. Blessed me to be able to save the songs. Y'all actually heard me. Y'all hear me in 2007 when, no, that one's, was that 7? In between the 15. Yeah, that's 7. 2007, going to trial for life, where they're trying to give me 55 to life if I blow. This is when I was smoking the weed so much. I was a walking corpse. I would sit and just be, sometimes Christy would catch me and be like, it's okay. Because I would just sit and I would be suspended in thought because my life is over. I would go out the house. We would go out the house to go to Pathmark to go grocery shopping. And the rest of the world would be walking around just normal. The rest of the world will be walking around normal, like everything is okay. But it's not with me. My life is over. Like I'm walking dead and nobody know it. So I'm in the supermarket and the lady's like, hi, we're Benito and you guys make such a good couple. How you doing? I'm like, hi, ma'am. Oh, you're so nice and everything. Oh, have a blessed day. I'm like, you too. And then I walk off and she has no idea that this man is walking dead. She has no idea that this young man who's so nice and polite is about to go spend the rest of his life in prison fighting with murderers and killers and rapists and everything. He won't see this little boy be raised. That reality I can't explain, guys. And I used to see Q Dog, and I would even see Star Crimes, and Star had no idea to know that this is my reality. He had no way to know that this is what Luch is feeling because I didn't show it. So when I'm around Star, we all laughing and joking, but he don't know I would leave his house. Me and Christy, that time we went over and visited him and his wife and stuff, and I would go into a depressive state sometime because they about to give me 55 to life because I'm about to blow this trial. I had no way I thinking I was going to beat this trial in the Supreme Court. So I'm a walking dead, man. Guys, when you live in that reality, I'm already living the 55. That's why when people say to me, they say something like, oh, well, you ain't do it. Psh, that's what you think. I did about 3 years of that 55 because it's in your spirit. Oh, that stuff started from I'm walking dead. I can't even breathe sometimes. So I would make this album. This album is going to be really instrumental in the documentary of my life, my autobiography and the book, and when y'all are able to buy the album. This one, I forgot what I named it, but it's about 15 songs that I made in between when I was getting to 55. And I made a song that I wrote to my grandmother. My grandmother, Grandma Dot, was the one who my father took me from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, from my mother, and took me because she was neglecting me. I was being neglected in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And he took me and gave me to Hempstead, took me to Hempstead, to Parkside Projects in Hempstead, and gave me to his mother, my grandmother. And she raised me, but she wasn't loving and stuff. She just provided for me. So I had a roof. But she died when I was like 15. They turned her against me, my dad and his new wife, and made her put me out. And I was homeless at 15, the first time, going on 16. And that's when I slept in my car. No, I was 16. And that's when I slept in my Benz in Pathmark parking lot until Unique found out that I was homeless, because they made her put me out of the place that I grew up in, the projects, my apartment, and they sent her to the old folks home. And Jamaican caregiver beat her to death, tortured her to death. She was getting beaten with big black eyes. So she lived her last days really bad. And I would have been able to protect her. She wasn't supposed to be in that. We were supposed to still be in the projects with her raising and bringing my little star, my little baby girl around her and giving her life and me providing for her. But my dad and his stepmom turned her against me and made her put me out. And then they put her in the old folks home on Totten Street in Hempstead, and they moved to Maryland and left her alone. And that lady beat her to death. And I was the only one who I felt like really loved me, even though she didn't show it. And so I made a song called Hey Grandma. Unique had a beat, and the hook went Precious Memories. And I wrote a song to my grandma, and I told her she was dead, and now I'm dead. I'm facing 55 to life. So I wrote her a song, and I said, hey, Grandma, ain't talked to you in a long time. And I wrote a song talking to her, letting her know my reality. And this song is called Hey Grandma, Precious Memories. Here we go. Hold on. This one. Open.
Precious memory. Precious memory.
Yeah.
Precious memory.
This that true folk shit right here.
Precious memory.
Let me take it back a little. Let's go.
Precious
To the
memory.
hood. Hey grandma, ain't talked to you in a long time. Still not signed, but after that I'm doing alright. Still driving in the Benz with my food crew. Still ducking from the men's in the blue suits. Got a new girl, now she treat me alright. When that Scorpio beat, she take it all night. Got a baby on the way, we doing okay. But I got issues, so she probably gonna go astray. I'm used to it, everybody leaves me sometime. And since you died, nobody really cared if I was fine. Ain't talked to my father in a long time. Neither him or Arlene since the day you died. But as for me, still pitching like an old pro. Still mine, still listen to the old folk. I met my mama and her peoples couple years back, but she kept talking about my people, so she made it whack. For real, grandma. Listen, I got 2 more brothers and a bunch of folks, and a brand new son named Benito. My sister Crystal, Robin, and a bunch of more. Some shit that probably need to be up on the Maury show. I ain't seen Lil Ron since he's about 5. I'm gonna find him and explain I know this shit ain't right. I hate my father, he left and I'm bitter, yo. He know I didn't have no mama when he skidded off. Away from the projects and his firstborn. That's why Kevin getting high like a unicorn. Tough life for these Parkside streets. Luciano, my precious memories. So that was Precious Memories. So I was writing the pains of my life when I was facing the 55. I was writing the pains in songs. And I said, hey, Grandma, ain't talked to you in a long time. And since you died, nobody really cared if I was fine. Right? I said, let me, because I said a couple of things. This that true folk shit right here. Let me take it back a little. Let's go. To the hood. Hey grandma, ain't talked to you in a long time. Still not signed, but after that I'm doing alright. That's why I said, hey grandma, ain't talked to you in a long time. Still not signed to a record deal. But everything I'm doing alright. Right? Because every time we went to get a record deal, the Most High, I didn't know it was the Most High. He kept stopping every record deal. And I'm one of the no disrespect, but I'm one of the most talented artists in the world. Right? I've been doing this back since the beginning of hip hop. Me and no Nasty 4MCs, they know we've been rhyming since I was 8 years old. The beginning of hip hop, when people was doing the hip, the hop, the hippity, I was talking about been writing rhymes, real gangster. I've been like Einstein mind, a mental maniac, a brainiac. We was saying all that. Knowledge is the foundation. Back when people was talking about hip to the hippie. So, I'm like, hey grandma, I ain't talked to you in a long time. Still not signed, but other than that, I'm doing all right.
A long time, still not signed, but after that I'm doing alright. Still driving in the Benz with my food crew. Still ducking from the men's in the blue suit.
I said, still driving in my Benz with my fool crew. A bunch of fools, my crew. Still driving in the Benz with my full crew. Still ducking from the men's in them blue suits. The police. See, my grandma know my reality. So y'all know, I tell truth to power. Right? So I don't hide nothing. So my grandma know, and I'm going to read y'all other comments. I know Jody wrote something. I'm going to read it after I finish this, breaking down this song. So I don't hide nothing. My grandma know my reality. So I said, still driving in the Benz with my full crew. Still ducking from the men's from the blue suits. I said, I got a new girl now. She treat me all right. I was talking about Christy. I said, I got a new girl now. She treat me all right. And when that Scorpio B, she take it all night. Y'all know what that means. I ain't got to go there. Right? I said, we got a baby on the way. We doing okay. But I got issues. So she's probably going to go astray. I'm used to it. Everybody leaves me sometimes. And since you died, nobody really cared if I was fine. Boy, the pain I'm writing of my life. I said, but I got issues, so she's probably going to go astray. I'm used to it, Grandma. Everybody leaves me sometimes. My mother left me. My dad left me. They abandoned me. My grandma, she died. She left. Everybody left. They always left. I was always alone. I got the biggest family in the world and I was always alone. I said, I'm used to it. Everybody leaves me sometimes. And since you died, nobody really cared if I was fine. Ain't talked to my father in a long time. Neither him or Arlene. She used to be a part of our ministry, guys, since the day you died. But as for me, still pitching like an old pro. I say, Grandma, but as for me, still pitching those drugs like an old professional baseball player. But as for me, still pitching like an old pro. Still grind, still listen to the old folks. That part I want y'all to hear. I want y'all to hear that part. I said, but as for me, still pitching like an old pro. Still grind, still listen to the old folks. I always listen to the wisdom of elders. I was letting her know, hey, Grandma, your little boy, I still listen to the old folks. I still listen to the old heroin addicts, junkies on the street to tell their stories. I still listen to the old alcoholic wino ones to tell their stories. I still listen to the old ones with wisdom, the old ones that work those jobs, the old ones that help the ladies up the grocery bags up the stairs. Mia Max said, you always seem so happy, but in a spiritual pain. Yes, Mia. No one really even knew it, Mia. Even when we was in school, Mia, I had a pain from not having a mother or father, and no one knew it. No one knew. I never showed it. I blocked it in. And y'all allow me to release some of it through the pen in these songs, this album right here. This album right here, thank you. She said, you're a walking testimony. And that's so everyone, you can make it. I understand your pain. I understand your struggles. I understand the things you went through. But you can't let that destroy you. It was always trying to destroy me, but I would keep a smile and I would keep a good helping hand to anyone else and bring laughter, make everyone laugh. And then I would battle my own darkness and pain. Some people take it through the bottle. Some people take it through the needle. Some people take it through drugs. Some people take it through. In this story, we ain't going to do it tonight. But in the next week, I'm going to tell when I'm in this drug program, it's a heroin epidemic. I'm going to touch on it. Matter of fact, we're going to end out with me touching on it, and that'll lead into next week. So I'm going to get through this song right here. Even in the song, I said, I ain't talked to my father in a long time, neither him or my sister Arlene since the day you died. Right? I said, and since you died, nobody really cared if I was fine. And then in the song, I said, but as for me, still pitching, you can hear me step up in the song like I snap back out of the depression and start talking to her again. But as for me, still pitching like an old pro. Still grind, still listen to the old folks. Then I said, I met my mama and her people a couple of years back because my grandmother raised me and I never knew my mother, but she knew my mother. She knew my mother from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. She knew my family. And she knew I never knew my mother. I met my mother when I was 5 years old, no, about 3, 4 years old. And then I met her again when I was like 10 years old when she saw me. And I'm going to say that when I say it on this story. And that wasn't a good meeting. And then I let her know I met her again in 2007 when I was an adult because Arlene made me meet her. So I said, I met my mother and her people a couple of years back. I'm telling my grandma. But she started talking about my people, so she made it whack, Grandma. I said, I met my mother. Shout out to Brooklyn Red. I said, you're going to enjoy this one, Brooklyn Red. This was a deep one. I said, shout out to Flatbush, Brooklyn. I said, I met my mama and her people a couple of years back. But she started talking about my people, so she made it whack. So when I'm going to say that story, I want to ruin it. When I met my mother, she started talking about my dad. She just started disrespecting my dad, and she don't realize my dad abandoned me too, lady. My mother, when I met my birth mother, she didn't take the chance to find out who I am. She immediately started talking bad things about my dad, and I'm looking at her like, why are you talking about him? He left me too. But she don't know that. She thinking he raised me. So instead of her taking accountability and responsibility for her abandoning me and leaving me, she went into defense mode and started disrespecting him. And I'm like, I don't know why you dissing him. I don't know him either. He left me too. Y'all both left. So I said, hey, Grandma, I said, I met my mama and her people a couple of years back. But she started talking about my people, my dad and them, so she made it whack. She made that whole encounter whack. And I'm going to save it for the story when I go back to when I met my mother and Arlene and all that. And I met my brothers and sisters. Shout out to Sean and Keith and Marcellus and all Crystal and my family that I met in 2000 and I forgot when that was, 2000 and something. No, 1990 something, 7 or something, when I met my whole family. That's how I found out that my grandfather was Benito. That's why I named my baby Benito. I found out my grandfather Benito was a Hebrew Yahshuah from the 1920s, and they killed him, and I got the newspaper articles. That's how I found out my history and my other side of my family. That my history go way back. And he was from Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, and he moved to Ethiopia with Haile Selassie. And Haile Selassie, the king of Ethiopia, was his partner. And then he moved to Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and he opened up a temple. And Haile Selassie, when he would come to America, he would stay with my grandfather and be in the temple. And my auntie got pictures of them, my mom and her as little girls in a limousine with my grandfather and Haile Selassie. And they had parades in his honor down Malcolm X Boulevard, what used to be called, what's the name? Not Malcolm X Boulevard, El Hajj Malik Shabazz, it used to be called, Utica Ave in Bed-Stuy. And I met the lady from Brooklyn who told me that she was a part of my grandfather's temple, Yahshuah. And I got pictures. And I got newspaper articles of my grandfather that they wrote about him in Ohio when he fought out with the KKK and he moved to Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and opened his temple. Yeah, this is descended down. And my uncle told me this. I'm meeting them for the first time. But I met my mother, and the only thing she did was talk about. She never got to know me. It was horrible, horrible experience. So I told my grandmother in the song. So I said, let me see, what I say. I said,
time, still not signed, but after that I'm doing alright. Still driving in the Benz with my full crew. Still ducking from the men's in the blue suits. Got a new girl, now she treat me alright. When that Scorpio beat, she take it all night. Got a baby on the way, we doing okay. But I got issues, so she probably gonna go astray. I'm used to it, everybody leaves me sometime. And since you died, nobody really cared if I was fine. Ain't talked to my father in a long time. Neither him or Arlene since the day you died. But as for me, still pitching like an old pro. Still mine, still listen to the old foe. I met my mama and her peoples couple years back, but she kept talking about my people, so she made it whack. Yeah, for real, grandma. Listen, I got 2 more brothers and a bunch of folks, and a brand new son named Benito. My sister Crystal, Robin, and a bunch of more.
so now I'm describing to her, I'm telling, yes, Malcolm X Boulevard. I'm describing, but no, it was Utica, King, down Utica. So I'm describing to her. I said I met my mama and the people a couple of years back, but she started talking about my people, and so she made it whack. And I dropped the beat. I said, for real, Grandma, listen, I got 2 more brothers and a bunch of more. Right? So I met 2 brand new brothers I got from me and my family. So now I'm explaining to my grandmother my experience. I got 2 more brothers and a bunch of folk and a brand new son named Benito. So now I'm letting her know I done got a new baby. I got 2 more brothers and a bunch of folk. I met a whole side of my family. It's thousands of them in the Bronx and Brooklyn. Right? So, and a bunch of folk and a brand new son named Benito. My sister Crystal, I got a new sister named Crystal. I ain't know these. My cousin Robin, and a bunch of more. Some ish that probably need to be up on the Maury show. You know, I'm telling my grandma, I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, it might as well be on the Maury show. I'm meeting this whole family and they all know who I am. I'm going to save that story for that time. And I'm sitting up here meeting my brothers, my cousins, my sisters, all that, and they saying my name and how they knew me, and I'm nobody. This is a horrible reality. And I've been alone my whole life with all this family. It's disgusting. I could have shot my brothers and my cousins. I could have slept with my sister. I'm all in Brooklyn. I'm living in Bed-Stuy. You know what I mean? I'm living on Troop. I'm living on Gates. I'm living, I'm on Troop and Gates. I'm living in Queens. I almost bought the brownstone in Bushwick. Right? I could have killed my cousin from the Bronx. He was in Long Island in the club that I was in. I could have shot my cousin. It's horrible. Let your people know who their family is.
And a bunch of folks, and a brand new son named Benito. My sister Crystal, Robin, and a bunch of more. Some shit that probably need to be up on the Maury show. I ain't seen Lil Laron since he's about 5. I'm going to find him and explain I know this shit ain't right.
So I said, I ain't seen little LaRon since he was about 5. I'm going to find him and explain all this because this ish ain't right. LaRon is my sister Arlene's son that she left when he was 5 years old. Right? I'm like, because this ish ain't right. I said,
I hate my father, he left and I'm bitter, yo. He know I didn't have no mama when he skidded off. Away from the projects and his firstborn.
Now this part I have to repent for. I said, I hate my father. That's her son. That father I'm talking about, that's my grandma. That's her son. I said, I hate my father. He left and I'm bitter, yo. He know I didn't have no mama when he skidded off. Away from the projects. He left me in the projects with his mother, her, when he skidded off. And he had a nice house with his new wife. My father's like rich, driving brand new cars, and he left me in the projects with my grandmother. I said, I hate my father. He left and I'm bitter, yo. He know I didn't have no mama when he skidded off, away from the projects and his firstborn. That's why Kevin getting higher than a unicorn. That's my older brother Kevin, the one I said in Daddy U Trap House that was getting high. I said that's why Kevin getting higher than a unicorn. Because he left his firstborn son. He left me. And I said, that's the end part.
Mama when he skidded off, away from the projects and his firstborn. That's why Kevin getting high like a unicorn. Tough life for these Parkside streets. Luciano, my precious memory.
Tough life of these Parkside streets. Luciano, precious, my precious memories. That's my song to my grandma. Hey grandma, I ain't talked to you in a long time. There's a lot of pain in this music. I hope this guys help y'all to understand me even more. I'm so thankful that the Most High is allowing you guys to take the journey with me through the trials of the life, to see that all that you go through, you could still come out victorious on the other side. You could still come out and be a righteous man and woman, speaking truth to power and trying to help the Most High's children. So I can go to orphanages and I can speak and understand their pain. I can go to drug abused children and I can understand their pain. I can go to people who are homeless and left by their parents and I can understand their pain. I can go to people who were falsely accused and imprisoned and beaten, and the Most High put me through all these things so that I can understand anyone's pain no matter what situation I'm in, because he knew that the purpose I have for you, my son, I'm gonna have people coming to you from all over the world, from all different walks of life, through all different traumas and pain, and I know you'll have the empathy and compassion that they deserve, and you'll understand. And you won't judge from a lofty place. You'll actually put yourself in their predicament and you'll understand them and you'll have empathy and you'll love and care for my children. No matter who they are or how they sin, you'll understand their pain. So he gave me a level of pain that most people don't understand. And through it all, most people didn't even know I was going through it. I used to sit in classroom, Mia and Lisa Turner, middle school, high school, Prospect, in whatever school, I used to sit in there and sometimes I would daydream and most people didn't know. I would go into a depression. I would have to snap out of it because I don't know what my mother looks like. I don't know what she smells like. I don't know what it feels like to be loved or hugged. It's just an empty existence. But I have to fake it. I have to not let it destroy me so I can be functional like all the other kids. And we got on the playground and playing and I just look normal. But I was never normal. But I did a good job hiding it. That's what Mia said in the thing. I really did a good job hiding it. But that pain's still with me now. I know some of y'all can feel it even now. It don't ever go away. And then I have the woman take my children and I can't even, that's more pain, more abandonment, more torture. So I have to die to that so I can stay functional. That thing would have you do drugs, guys. All this stuff would have me, praise the Most High, He didn't allow me to ever touch heroin and ever get a release. The only release was literally through the weed. And thankfully I saw that my father became an alcoholic, so I didn't get my release through alcohol. And he allowed me to conquer the weed and be able to come from up under it. Because I was smoking that weed and I was right in my pain. This song to my grandma. I'm going to play this grandma song just one time for myself. And then I'm going to tell a little part of this story and then we're going to end out about in the drug program. And play this one more time.
Precious memory. Precious memory.
Yeah,
Precious memory.
this that true funk shit right here.
Precious memory.
Take it back a little. Let's go to the hood. Hey grandma, ain't talked to you in a long time. Still not signed, but after that I'm doing alright. Still driving in the Benz with my food crew. Still ducking from the men's in the blue suits. Got a new girl, now she treat me alright. When that Scorpio B, she take it all night. Got a baby on the way, we doing okay. But I got issues, so she probably gonna go astray. I'm used to it, everybody leaves me sometime. And since she died, nobody really cared if I was fine. Ain't talked to my father in a long time. Neither him or Arlene since the day you died. But as for me, still pitching like an old pro. Still mine, still listen to the old folk. I met my mama and her peoples couple years back, but she kept talking about my people, so she made it whack.
Precious
Yeah, for real, grandma.
memory.
Listen, I got 2 more brothers and a bunch of folks. And a brand new son named Benito. My sister Crystal, Robin, and a bunch of more. Some shit that probably need to be up on the Maury show. I ain't seen Lil Ron since he's about 5. I'm gonna find him in the spring, I know this shit ain't right. I hate my father, he left and I'm bitter, yo. He know I didn't have no mama when he skidded off. Away from the projects and his firstborn. That's why Kevin getting high like a unicorn. Tough life for these Parkside streets. Luciano, my precious memories.
Precious memory.
I ended it because I was going to come back and write a second verse, but I went back to, I didn't get a chance, and I couldn't complete it because when I finished it, I felt so heavy. So I was going to come back and do the second verse and just make an update. But I never got a chance. I went back to prison. I didn't see this, but Jody wrote, "I'm trying to reach you, bro. Sent my number on Messenger. Need to just talk to my big bro. Love is love. Y'all have a good night." And I'll write you, Jody. Guys, they don't be allowing your stuff to come to me on Messenger. Star said the same thing, Jody. I got nothing from you on Messenger. So I gotta let your Facebook know, guys. I'm really shadow banned in these YouTubes and in these social media streets. We are really shadow banned. So I didn't get no message from you. Like when I showed Star the gift, I only had Unique and David Hutchinson. So I'll reach out to you, Jody, and I'll send you my info. She said pray for her health. Yeah, guys, because Jody was always battling health issues, even when we was younger. Jody used to be sick, so sometimes she would be really sick, and sometimes she would end up in a wheelchair sometime too. Back when we was, so Jody used to escape her pain and drugs too, and I knew that. She would medicate. She like, I don't care, wow, Jody's gangster. She like, I'm about to enjoy. She didn't know when she was gonna die. She honestly didn't know. And she would go in some real back pain when she can't walk. So I remember when I got my 645 BMW, Jody like, dude, I can't fit in that. How I'm gonna fit in that, Rob? You know when we be getting in a wheelchair, we know sometimes I be in a wheelchair. How's a wheelchair gonna fit in that little 645? The little coupe. I'm like, you right. So I took the 645 back. Jody like, you know I can't fit when I get sick, Ra. And she told me too. She said, Ra, listen, you know what's gonna happen when I get sick and I'll be in a wheelchair for a couple of months. How we gonna ride out? I'm like, oh, Jody, take it back, Ra. I'm like, girl. And I took it back. And then I got the black Mercedes that was temporary, but it was 4-door. So she was like, ooh, this is cute. I remember I brought it home. Jody, you remember that? She probably in there. She'll see it later. She was like, this is pretty, because it had the light, pretty interior. She was like, it's tight back here, but I can fit. And she squeezed in. She like, oh, I can fit. We can get the wheelchair and everything. I said, you ain't about to. And she did. She ripped my interior. I forgot about that. She squeezed the wheelchair somehow and it ripped the leather interior on the back door, ripped the whole thing off. And Brandon, I said, Jody, I'm sorry, Rod. But that's how much I loved her. Like, that was family. Like, she like, Rod, what's going to happen when I get sick? And we got to go, because she always want to go. She didn't care. And her auntie, I got to get Jody to tell me, make sure auntie is, I forgot auntie name, if auntie's still alive. So auntie loved me. I love auntie too. She did love me. She loved me. With all our mess, me, Jody, Corey, E-Banger, we was a mess. But she used to speak, auntie used to speak to me. And she didn't like Jody to go out when Jody would get sick. She like, and Jody be like, Rah, you know I ain't staying in this house. She'd be like, when auntie go to sleep, you come get me, pick me up. We would carry her out the house because she couldn't walk. And we carry her to the car and put her in. And auntie wake up. I'm like, I'm sorry, auntie. You know we can't keep Jody in the house. Jody like, I'm going out. So yeah, so Jody said, pray for her, guys, for her health, because if she was getting sick back when we were younger, you know, I know she's still, you know, battling. I forgot what that was. I guess she'll tell me. I don't remember what that was. Yah said, Unc, if you wrote the song to your grandma today, Unc, praise Yah, your lyrics will stay how you've been given that love and nurture that others that you never received until now from your new family. Praise Yah, Yah. And I love y'all for it too. Facts. Thank you. All right. Thank you, guys. So now let me end this. We're going to end it with this part because I want to set it up for next week. Tonight was a lot different from normal. I guess I don't know why, but you know, the Most High. So I'm gonna go back to the prison. So I'm in the drug dorm. So we're gonna end it with this so I can set up for next week. I'm in the drug dorm, and that's when Terminator came in there, and the boy owed him money. So remember, I'm in the drug dorm and we're having meetings. So this is 2007. At that time, there's a drug epidemic hitting Long Island. It's a heroin epidemic. Heroin is flooding the suburbs of Suffolk County. Not Nassau County, where I'm from, but Suffolk County, where a lot of the white kids are. The heroin epidemic is flooding suburban white kids. Thank you, Brooklyn Red. He said prayers out to Jody for better health. In 2007, and it was 2002, 1, 5, 6, 7, but when I went to the drug program, the dorm was full of 19, 20, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old white suburban kids from suburban white good-to-do families. All of these white kids were strung out on heroin. Listen clearly. They were shooting needles in their arms. I don't mean no disrespect. I don't mean this to be cold or nothing. But it's literally prophetic. Because the serpent seed used a lot of those people's ancestors to flood heroin into the hood and turn our ancestors into junkies. And the law of what they call that, what goes around comes around, but I'm not saying it for that, because I don't wish that on nobody, but the law of as reap and sow, reaping and sowing, and the law of karmic law, that's the word I'm looking for, that karma, it literally have those things come back around, and the thing that they, yes, Selena, karma. Yadon said, I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. It double back in the heroin that they pumped into our hoods in the 70s, in the 60s and 70s to stop the revolution, right? The Black Panthers and the revolution, the awakening of us coming back to our power and food programs and making us go back to our natural hair and come back and fathers and responsible in the homes They broke it up with drugs and crimes and heroin. They flooded crack and heroin, but they did heroin first. And heroin destroyed our communities in New York. And as prophecy, it doubled back and came back on their children. See, when you know the scripture, you know what that was. And all those rich white families, heroin flooded an epidemic to thousands and thousands and thousands of little white kids were ODing on heroin. They were shooting heroin in their arms. Something that we looked at as our elders got strung out on it, but my generation, we stopped it. We wasn't shooting no heroin in our arms. We started smoking weed, and then they released crack. Because we freed ourselves from the heroin, and they came up with a new devil, crack, and flooded it. And either you got caught in of using it, or you got caught in of selling it. And crack, that's when the crack era happened. And when we double back, wait till we get to the stories, when y'all get to the streets of the crack era with Woo! The reality of what happened to my people, our people. Now, I'm in this program, and I don't know this. We don't know this. People in my hood, people in the hood in 2007 smoking, we strung out on weed. Now, you got your crackheads and stuff, but the little white kids in the suburbs, they strung out on heroin, and they shooting it in their arms. And so the dorm is full, and they coming in, and they junkies. 18-year-old suburban white kids from middle America and upper middle class America, middle class, upper middle class, and the higher echelons, their children are strung out on heroin. This is 2007. Let me show y'all something. This is a newspaper article. Let me show y'all the time I'm talking about. Share screen. Where is it? Right there. Share. This article. One snapshot in a tragic national picture. Long Island sees exploding heroin use. Look at these little white kids dying from needles in their arm. They said it's easier to get heroin than it is to get a beer. Heroin use is exploding outside of New York City. For the first time Chris shot up heroin, he was too scared to do it himself, so his friend did it for him when he was 16 years old. He said, I would shoot up mostly in my feet. He said it escalated to almost 5 or 6 bags of heroin every time I shot up. He spent hundreds of dollars a day feeding his addiction. He said, I was stealing money from my parents. I was doing illegal actions with my friends. I broke into houses. I've done all of the above besides selling myself, which they were doing. Prostitution. Chris, now 17, is in treatment at an outreach house, a long-term substance abuse program on Long Island, New York. Listen, guys, for youths aged 12 to 17. It was an epidemic on Long Island, where I was at. Nassau and Suffolk County, but really Suffolk County. And some of them would get caught in Nassau or lived in Nassau and go to Suffolk and be in the jail. His road to recovery hasn't been a smooth ride. However, after 3 failed attempts at outpatient treatment, Chris entered an inpatient program at Outreach, and then I went into an inpatient program, and wait till we get to that story, those stories. I was in there with all of these heroin addicts, young children. But he ran away 5 times in the first few months. That is not uncommon, said John Visser, Vice President of Adolescent Services at Outreach. Listen, it really requires an extended amount of time, he said. 4 arrested, 350 bags of suspected heroin seized in the Hoffman case. See, he said, Chris' parents said that in a short-term treatment program, he made new connections with other users that caused him to relapse when he got out. That part. What y'all don't realize is it got even worse when you go to the inpatient program, because I'm like, you actually make new connections with people that you never even knew. And when y'all all get out, you got brand. So my problem when I was in the inpatient program, I was like, so I stood up in a meeting. I said, my drug of choice is right here in this meeting. I need to save that. I'm gonna save it for when I get to it. I don't want to ruin that story. But I realized I need to leave New York when I get rid of this case because I got mad new customers. I got like 100 new customers, all suburban white people who do coke and heroin. I could make $1 billion. And I know them because I've been in a program with them, so I know them. They're like my brothers. Like when you do a bid together, you become family. So I know who they are. I know them from the program. I said, oh, no. This is I got to leave. This is temptation. No. It's all type of money. They ain't cleaning. You don't get clean that easy. You go home and they still want it. And now they know me. Oh, boy, this is no joke. So I left and I never went back. Facts. Ever. And I love a lot of them. I haven't seen them since the program. Some of them are my friends on Facebook. Shout out to what's her name? My tall sister. What's her name? But they on the Yahshuah Star page. And I tried to share this on Yahshuah Star, but it wouldn't let me at the end. But I forgot Stephanie, big tall Steph, and then the other ones. Shamika was in there with me. Daddy U's baby mother. She was in there for a charge. So she was in the woman's house. But I'm going to tell that story when I went to the inpatient program. Shamika was in there with me. Shout out to Shamika. So he said, we're able to have them for long. Heroin use. Listen, heroin use has exploded in what is being described as an epidemic on New York's Long Island, where addiction counselors are seeing users as young as 12 years old, many from middle-class suburban families. Several factors have contributed to this perfect storm of addiction, according to experts. Among them, proximity to major airports. I know what it really is. Listen, the unintended effect of pushing more kids to cheaper and more accessible heroin. The trend appears to be national. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says U.S. drug poisoning deaths involving heroin went up 45% from 2006 to 2010. I'm in there in 2007. See? So, all right? So look, and the trend is bad for young users among 4 age groups. Drug poisoning deaths involving heroin increased only from the youngest group, ages 15 to 24. So guys, in Long Island, it's gotten so bad that one official dubbed the Long Island Expressway, which runs east across the island from New York City, they called it the Heroin Highway, the LIE, the Long Island Expressway that leads from the city to Long Island, New York City to Long Island, the Heroin Highway. I was in there. See? Hoffman was one of estimated 100 people yesterday who lost their lives to fatal overdose. How heroin kills you. Look, heroin arrests on Long Island by the DA are up 163% in just the last year. 163% heroin arrests are up. Reynolds says he's seen 7-fold increase in patients in the 5 years, 80% of them from heroin and other opiates. That's who I was in there with. See, she said she was shocked to learn her son was using the drug. Heroin? My son? Never. How did I not see that? Dorothy Johnson lost her son at age 28, whose stigma in keeping families from seeking help. Well, our children are just like every other mother. Getting an addicted child into treatment is difficult. Look, Robert Scarabino, whose 24-year-old daughter Jacqueline died of an overdose in her own bed. This is what I seen. It was full of young white children. They were in there for heroin. Now, Lavia said, I had a buddy whose dad worked for the CIA, and I found out from the person I met her through that she was on heroin. She was white, the sweetest person. I didn't care Then she disappeared one day. So guys, I was in there with them, and I was ministering and speaking to them and covering them. And those young white dudes loved me. I became like their big brother, like their uncle. That's the story. I was going to do it tonight, but we'll save it for next week. When that Aryan Nation dude wanted to rape my little man Russell. And I'm going to save the story for next week. So, when I was in the drug program, it was a heroin epidemic on Long Island among suburban white kids. And I was in the drug dorm with all of them. There used to be about 20 of them around me. So when I said I had the stigmata dream of those devils, demons trying to pull me into that manhole, it was a bunch of the little white boys in my bed and then old school at the bottom. But all my little white homies, they 18, 19, Chris, Russell, John, all of them, they would always be in my bed. They couldn't wait for me to wake up. When I wake up, guys, in my bunk, they'd be like, rise up, rise up. And they all come running. Rah, we saved your food, Rah. And they'll come in my bed. I'm like, would y'all give me a chance to get up? They be all, we were waiting for you to wake up, Rah. I'm like, they love me, guys. They would come and give me hugs. Little white suburban kids from Smithtown and Riverhead and Suffolk County and Amityville and these white, Ronkonkoma, and these white neighborhoods that I would never know. They loved me. They would come and sit on my bed and just they would wait for me. My bunkies used to hate, when I get new bunkies, they would be like, listen, he'd be like, keep these little white boys out of my bed. Like, he'd be like, so I'll be asleep and they'll want to be in my bunk on it, sitting down on the floor and talking. Because you know how they're not white, so-called white people and we're so-called black. They have a different culture from us. So, they'll sit on the floor in the little Indian style and they'll just talk. So they be all sitting on my floor and they be wanting to sit on their bed. But if I got the wrong bunk, he'd be like, get off my bed. Matter of fact, get out my hut. They'd be like, yo, Rob, man, you can't have them in my... I'm like, man, that's my people. They love me so much. I love them too. And they would keep my food. They would put it to the side. They would do all type of stuff for me. And they would be like always around me. Yo, Rob, in the prayer circle with me, trying to help them with their addiction, guys. I would be speaking life into them. And I loved them like brothers. And I never had a relationship with white people before. I grew up in Hempstead. We don't got no white people. There's no white people. What was the little white boy in Hempstead High School? The one who's do the Rubik's Cube. People know his name. What was his name, guys? I wish Hempstead was still here. The one, I think it was Charlie or something. He used to do the Rubik's Cube, and we used to all come here, do the Rubik's Cube. He'd do your Rubik's Cube in 1 second, like the little small, And then, we had one white kid, you know what I mean? Out of 3,000, 4,000 people in Hempstead High School, it's one white kid or one white girl, you know what I mean? Or two, something like that. So I grew up never knowing white people ever. I mean, ever. Never having a friendship or anything. Only thing I knew is that the police and the people follow you in the store, and the danger from the white people who want to kill you and stuff and being racist. So in there, I got to have young white men, these young boys, be my little brothers. Like my little brothers. Like now I got Wyatt and Yahakanan and, so-called young white men and chasing them who are my brothers now. Right? They look at me like I'm their uncle. They're my nephews, my brothers and my child. But it started in there. And they were heroin addicts. And I would have the meetings and they would come sit on my bed and I would always help them and tell them stories and yeah. So next week I'm going to go into something really deep And then I'm going to explain what happened to me in there and with the courts. And then Tim and the counselor, oh my goodness, the counselor Tim, and then what they found out on my record, and then the nightmare that happened in this jail for this drug dorm, and then the transformation, and then it gets worse. And then it gets worse. It doesn't get better. It gets worse. So I'm going to close out. We had 4 hours. I thank you all for taking the journey with me tonight. I hope you enjoyed yourself in the story. I hope you found some fruit and some spiritual warfare to teach and to live by and to walk by. Remember what I said at the beginning. Anybody who gains access to me, you treat that access with the utmost respect and don't bring no darkness to me. If you're dealing with somebody that's dealing with some past life or still in some life, do not bring it to me. Otherwise, do not have nothing to do with me. Go back to your life. Because I ain't dealing with nobody who dealing with no criminal activity, crimes, or none of that. I ain't not no shape, form, or faction. I want to have nothing to do with anything unlawful. Now, if it's somebody who wants to have help, yeah, and this says immersed in the Most High Yah. For those who want to have help, I'm willing to help anybody. But y'all need to protect and cover me, because the dark realm don't like that I'm trying to help the Most High's children. So if I feel that you're trying to bring any darkness or anything connected to you, I'm going to break off any communication, because I don't have nobody in my life. Only people in my life is the people I minister to. I don't see nobody, right? So praise the Most High. All right, guys. Hopefully y'all guys enjoyed tonight's 25 to Life. I know it was a lot different. Lara Yah said, praise the Most High for this given platform. Stay grounded with our Abba Yah. Uncle Yahshuah Yadan said, this was another very good one. Very fruitful and entertaining at the same time. Thank you. Sometimes I don't know until I watch it back. So I'm glad you guys was able to enjoy the stories and still be able to get the fruit from it. So everyone else, I will see you guys tomorrow on the Shabbat Bible study, and it'll be live on both Facebook. So we'll see you on the Bible study tomorrow. We have a very good, important lesson coming out tomorrow. Again, prayers out for Jody for her health. Prayers out to Saba Yah for healing and recovery from the death of her sister, her little sister. Prayers to the brother Aussie with the prison channel for his health and recovery and fighting, the addiction stuff, his treatment that he's fighting. Prayers out to everyone that listens. Everyone, Big Red, shout out to Louis V, Charles Coleman, and the Don 88, and sorry if I forget some of y'all. There's so many of y'all, and all Mashiach Assembly, and everybody who watched 25 to Life Testimony TV. I say a prayer of blessing and health and wellness and covering over your families and your household and yourself. To all of you, from Uncle Yahshuah, I say a prayer from me. All in the Most High will, may He bless and cover all of your households and all of your paths and your journey. I'm sharing my testimony to be a testament to see that if I can change my life and walk in righteousness, and I'm a righteous man now. I try not to curse. I don't steal, lie, fornicate, none of it. I live this. That's why I said don't bring no darkness to my life. The dark realm is after me. So if you love me, then keep any of that stuff away from me. Y'all hear me? I'm talking about my New Yorkers, people who are finding me from my past life because I'm on Facebook. If you really love me, keep any dark energy away from me. I don't care what it is, any of it. And I'll do the same with you. All right, guys. Another one down. Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV. As I always say, keep it functional. And my saying always, love the Most High, y'all. I see y'all tomorrow for Mashiach Assembly Bible Study, Shabbat Bible Study, Sabbath Bible Study. We're going to be breaking that word down. And everybody else, I see y'all on Mashiach Assembly Presents Ask Uncle Yahshuah Question and Answer series. But tomorrow is our Bible study. So everybody on Facebook, y'all might want to tap into that because it ain't no boring religious stuff. We get busy with the Bible. We break down stuff you ain't even know. So I hope y'all enjoy. Remember, live righteously. Be the light. Be the image of the Most High. None of us are perfect, right? We all fall. We all transgress, but get back up. He who endures to the end is what the scripture says. It's about the journey. It's about to keep fighting. Don't ever give up the fight. If I didn't give up, it wanted me to take my life plenty times. You ain't got no excuse to give up. Nobody got an excuse. Get back up so you can help someone else. Each one reach one. Each one teach one. Each one. That's what the Most High created us for us to help one another. We're all brothers and sisters. If you're a child of the Most High, you are my brother and sister. I don't care if your skin is purple. I don't place skin color. I place genetics, meaning who is your father? Is your father the Most High? Well, my father the Most High, then that means we brothers and sisters. You heard? Facts. All right, guys. Let me see before I close. I see some comments. Everybody's saying shalom, shalom. I love you all, guys. I see all you guys tomorrow in the Bible study. Remember, love the Most High, y'all. We out. Thank you, guys.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that choochie. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side, strong side, the wrong side. I think I'm supposed to run.